Hey guys, this is God Harry. How are you all? Please support, subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see seventh part. What if Harry Potter used Slytherin legacy to destroy the Dark Lord? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then please support, subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. When faith in Dumbledore's plan fades, Harry turns to the one legacy everyone fears, Slytherins. Armed with forbidden magic and unlikely allies, he'll fight Voldemort not as the chosen one, but as something far more dangerous. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Trials and tribulations. Harry scanned the Slytherin table as he half-heartedly chewed through his plate of bacon. He was impatient to put his plan into action, and he needed Malfoy's help to do it. The fact that his plan was currently at a standstill because of their disagreement was annoying him greatly. He saw Astoria, seated towards the middle of the table. He was fairly certain that Malfoy usually sat with her, and he couldn't see him anywhere else, despite scanning the table several times. His eyes wandered back to Astoria. She was leaning on one elbow, only picking at her food and staring dejectedly down at her plate. Harry frowned, remembering that he had been unable to find Malfoy on the map the previous evening. Was he truly not in the castle? Was that why his girlfriend appeared so unhappy? He looked up to the head table. If anything had happened, anything bad, that is, like Malfoy being kidnapped, then the teachers should be displaying some kind of concern. They didn't seem to be though, and he was looking carefully at each of them. There was the possibility that they didn't yet know anything had happened. He frowned, wondering if he should tell someone. Then, he realized that not all of the teachers were there. Snape's seat was empty. That wasn't unusual in itself, but what if it had something to do with Malfoy's absence? Harry mentally shook himself and told himself to stop worrying. He was seeing things that weren't there. Snape just wasn't hungry, or he'd already eaten before Harry had arrived at breakfast and, looking around, Harry could see that Astoria wasn't the only student that was picking at their breakfast, looking like they'd rather still be in bed. He himself wasn't eating with any particular enthusiasm. The swooshing sound of a multitude of birds filled the air, and Harry looked up to watch the usual morning rush of owls descend upon the tables, delivering daily profit, or in certain cases, Quibbler additions, letters and packages. Harry glanced over at Neville's paper as he unfolded it and at last received confirmation that Malfoy wasn't in the castle. He leaned over, his breakfast forgotten as he read the article. The entire hall had quieted. Everyone was pausing in their conversations to read it. Malfoy heir called to appear. Draco Malfoy, son of Ministry employee Lucius Malfoy, has been called to appear in court on charges of not registering an animagus form. It is alleged that Malfoy is one of a pair of dragons who helped to defend Hogwarts School when it was attacked by Death Eaters earlier this year. The allegation, though not yet proven, has raised the eyebrows of those who believe there to be ties between the Malfoy family and he who must not be named. The hearing will be held at 10:10 in Courtroom 10 this Saturday, the 19th of April. Until then, the young Malfoy is under house arrest at the family's manor in Wiltshire. The maximum punishment for not registering an animagus transformation is AG 1000 fine. Harry frowned at the page, which had a black and white picture of the Slytherin and his father outside of the school. He hadn't even considered that Malfoy would have legal problems because of this, but it was the law that all animagi had to be registered, so perhaps it shouldn't have been quite such a surprise. Harry looked over at the Slytherin table, Malfoy's absence taking on a whole new meaning. He thought it a bit strange that the Slytherin was under house arrest simply for not registering an animagus form. Can you believe it? Asked Seamus, leaning in. Ron snorted. No. I know. Who'd have thought? A Malfoy fighting against you-know-who. And we all thought he was a Death Eater, added Dean. I wonder what the Slytherins think about this? Asked Hermione. Harry looked over again, gauging their reaction to the article. The whole table was certainly in a deep discussion about something, and the group of 7th years Malfoy usually hung around with didn't look particularly happy. Who cares what they think? If you ask me, he's still rotten. Harry gave a mental sigh and massaged the bridge of his nose, tuning out the words. They'd had this conversation about a dozen times in the last 2 days, and he'd had enough of it by about the second one. He couldn't believe how many people were still suspicious of Malfoy. What did someone have to do to prove themselves? Some people still didn't believe that Malfoy had even been the one who'd fought at the battle, which was just ridiculous. There weren't that many dragons flying around the place. Doesn't it make you wonder though, if Malfoy was the dragon, maybe the other one is someone in animagus form, too? Hand it to Hermione to bring that up, thought Harry. Ron's eyebrows went up. Do you think it is? Imagine that. Being able to turn into such a brilliant animal. Yeah, I remember you were pretty excited by both of those dragons, said Harry, and Hermione hid her smile behind her hand. Ron looked indignant. Well, I didn't know it was sodding Malfoy, then, did I? Harry glanced at the article again and gave another groan, this time out loud. He had enough things to worry about, and the article just added to his anxiety. He was pretty certain that Voldemort probably want Malfoy dead, or at the very least grievously injured. But probably dead. Using the Ministry to get him out of the castle was smart, and easy, especially since the Ministry was overrun by Death Eaters. Harry thought Malfoy would probably be safe in his own house, if that was really where he was, because since the Order had raided it, they were keeping a watch on it, so it was unlikely that Voldemort would go back there. Still, Malfoy could leave, or someone could trick him into touching a portkey. He didn't think either of Malfoy's parents would whisk him off to Voldemort, but who knew? It put them in a pretty difficult situation. They were sure to get other visitors, anyway. And then, if Voldemort couldn't get to Malfoy in his home, there was still the trial. It would, like all trials, be held at the Ministry, and the Ministry was controlled by Death Eaters. They'd have plenty of opportunity to get to him there. What's wrong, Harry? Asked Hermione, her voice concerned. Headache, he muttered. He did have one, of course, though it wasn't what was concerning him at the moment. Ron wrinkled his nose. You going to be right for Quidditch practice, mate? Harry paused. He'd been about to say yes, but he realized now that there was something else he had to do. Think I might give it a miss, he replied. Go and see Madame Pomfrey instead. Ron tisked, but looked sympathetic. Well, come out later if you feel better. He stood. I'd better get down to the pitch now, it's nearly 9. I'll come with you, said Hermione. To watch. It's such a lovely day outside. Will you be all right, Harry? I'll be fine, my own. Maybe I'll come and watch as well, if I feel like it later. The three of them departed to the entrance hall, where they split up, Ron and Hermione going out the entrance hall doors, and Harry up the stairs in the opposite direction. He wondered what Malfoy was doing right now, and hoped he was all right. The hearing was in just over an hour now. Harry walked down the corridor and took a left. He was going to the hospital wing, but he didn't really want to speak to Madame Pomfrey about his headache. Slipping momentarily into a dark alcove, he secured his invisibility cloak over himself and apparated. There were several students in the hospital wing, and Madame Pomfrey was bustling from bed to bed handing out potions and checking temperatures. Harry moved slowly, trying to soften the sound of his boots on the stone. He crept over to the medicine cabinet, which had its door ajar. He retrieved a pain relief potion for himself, pulling the stopper out and swallowing it quickly. He paused for a moment, and then grabbed a few other things from the cupboard, slipping them into a pocket of his robes. He dodged around Madame Pomfrey as she came over for a tray and strode out of the infirmary. A few steps down the corridor, he apparated again, this time to his dormitory. Since it was a Saturday morning, everyone was out and the dorm was empty. He dragged his school bag out from under the bed and then rooted through it until he found his charms notes. He riffled through it until he found the page he was looking for, tore it out, folded it and slipped that into another pocket. Checking his wand was in his holster, he apparated a third time, appearing in front of the waterfall painting. He stepped into it, shivering under the cold water. On the other side, he waited a few seconds until he had dried, and then moved sideways through the buzzing magical barrier that separated this painting from the next. As he stepped through, he concentrated on the painting he wanted. On the other side of the barrier, he appeared in the portrait he had wanted. As it had been every other time he'd been in it, it was empty of its occupant. The room beyond the canvas was empty as well, but he had expected that. It looked much the same as it had the last time he'd seen it. Malfoy's tie was hung over the chair at his desk, and the bed was neatly made. Harry turned around in the portrait that belonged to Abraxas Malfoy. Set in the wall at the back of the painting was a door, made of a deep, bright mahogany wood, with a gold handle. Harry walked towards it, his invisibility cloak rustling as he walked. Pulling it open, he stepped into a small room like the one that was on the other side of the door in Phineas Nigelus' portrait. This room was triangular in shape, with light cream walls and lit by a chandelier that hung from the ceiling. He recalled that Abraxas Malfoy's portrait hung in 3 places altogether, and he took the door that was marked Malfoy Manor, in a curling, gilded script. It was lucky that Harry had been wearing his invisibility cloak, because the room he appeared in was occupied. He was looking down on what appeared to be a dining room. A long table of dark wood ran down the middle of the room, decorated with candle holders. Other paintings hung around the walls, hung between the tall windows. Each corner of the room held statues made of some white stone. There was a window opposite him, and from the angle of the ground outside, he could see that he was on the ground floor. At the table, 2 Aurors sat. One was Tonks, and this relieved Harry greatly. Malfoy would be safe if he was being looked after by an Order member. He didn't recognize the other Auror, but the other 2 people in the room were Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy. Nobody was talking. Everyone was tense and tight-lipped. Harry wondered where Malfoy was. He had the feeling this was going to be a big house, and he hoped he would be able to find Malfoy quickly, before they left for the trial. Harry knew that most places like this would have bedrooms on the higher floors, and that was where he intended to look first. He set off at a brisk pace, moving through the portraits. He eventually moved out of the dining room, and must have come to a staircase, because with each painting he went into, his view came from slightly higher up. He cursed the Malfoys for having so many paintings. He came to a hallway after that, with paintings lining both sides. Every time he came to a door, he would have to go through all the paintings in that room, before coming back out into the hallway. He supposed he needed to anyway, because Malfoy could be in any one of these rooms, so he needed to check. It seemed to be taking him an age to move through the rooms, especially when he came to several landscapes that took ages to cross. After the first one though, he realized that, if he could see the paintings on the other side, he could jump through the magical barrier into one on the other side, and by doing that, he was able to zigzag around any big ones. Finally, after about 7 rooms, he came upon Malfoy, in what must be his own bedroom. Malfoy was white, sitting silent and unmoving on the bed, his hand rubbing the area beneath his robes where Harry knew the dark mark to be. He was dressed in fine, formal black robes and his hair, like his clothes, was immaculate. Harry moved through the paintings until he was in the one closest to where the Slytherin sat. Draco, he hissed, and Malfoy jerked violently, whipping his head around to look behind him. Over here, whispered Harry, and Malfoy looked more in his direction, then stood, looking nervously at the empty air. Who's there? Show yourself, he commanded, but his voice was shaky. It's Harry. Look in the painting. Malfoy's gaze focused, and his eyes widened as he caught sight of Harry. Potter, how did you get here? What are you doing? I wanted to tell you about my charms project, he whispered in reply, straining for any sound from outside the room. He hadn't seen anyone as he'd made his way up the hallway, but he couldn't be sure that there wasn't an Auror stationed outside the room. Malfoy's brow furrowed, and he shook his head as if he hadn't heard properly. What? My charms project. Is it safe for me to come out? Your parents were in the dining room with the Aurors when I saw them. Can you hear anyone coming? No, but. Good. Harry did a neat little jump out of the painting, landing on soft cream carpet. The room was huge, and everything in it appeared to be of the highest quality. Malfoy caught up with what Harry had said, and scowled. Look, Potter, I really don't care that much about your charms project, to be perfectly honest. Not right now. I've got other concerns, like the fact that the Dark Lord wants my head on a stick. Believe me, you want to hear about this. Draco pursed his lips and spoke with a sneering tone. And why is that exactly? Harry looked Malfoy straight in the eye and answered. Because I can remove your mark. The Slytherin froze. Like you said, Voldemort wants to punish you. Thorn will send you to Azkaban if you've got that mark, Draco. We need to take it off. If it's gone, all he can charge you with is being unregistered, and that's only worth a fine. Malfoy continued to stare blankly. But you can't. No one has their mark removed. It isn't possible. Harry sighed impatiently. Malfoy was obviously worried and sidetracked by the trial. It is now, since I invented the charm to remove it. But, Harry sighed in frustration. He didn't know how much time they had. Look, you aren't loyal to Voldemort anymore, are you? You've got no use for the mark. If someone sees that, you are going to prison, no matter how many people your father bribes or blackmails. Your family can't use the Imperious Curse as an excuse again. Malfoy looked affronted, but then took a deep breath and nodded. Are you sure this works? Harry gave a more assertive nod. I've done it before. Experiment, remember? Malfoy smiled weakly. There was a table against one wall, and Harry dragged 2 chairs over to face each other, kicking the leg of one. Sit down. He sat in the other and waited for Malfoy to take his seat. Harry dragged his chair closer and a bit to the side so that he could reach Malfoy's arm easier. The Slytherin had already drawn back his sleeve, revealing the incriminating mark on his forearm. I should warn you, this is going to be a bit painful. Malfoy choked. Just do it. I don't want to go to Azkaban. His voice was shaky. Harry nodded and took hold of Malfoy's wrist with his right hand. He pulled it out. Hold it there. He let go and pulled his wand out, placing it lightly against the rough, blackened skin. From his pocket, he extracted the page he's torn out of his charms book, upon which the words "So FHTE chant" were written. Then, he began. Mortimer. Malfoy flinched, jerking his arm away, and Harry grimaced. Just hold still, okay. It starts off with the same word. He began again, holding Malfoy's arm still, as he was subconsciously pulling away. Morsmord recant, exilium morsmord, purus corpus morsmord. Morsmord recant, exilium morsmord, purus corpus morsmord. On the 4th chant, Malfoy gave a soft gasp, and on the next, Harry could see the mark beginning to move. By the 6th, Malfoy was panting, his face scrunched up in pain. It seemed to take longer to start moving than Lestrange's had. Eventually though, the dark mark was writhing on pale skin, twisting the flesh as it tried to stop itself from being torn away. It was definitely taking longer than it had with Lestrange, perhaps because there was a life force here that it was attached to, rather than just physical body. Malfoy was letting out whimpers of pain, and looked as if he wanted to scream. Harry had returned his hand to Malfoy's arm, holding it hard in place, and he could feel Malfoy's muscles tensed beneath his arm, straining to pull away. He continued to murmur the chant, and a few minutes later, the mark tore away from Draco's arm, ripping the skin. When it parted from the skin, the black faded to a ghostly green, looking now like the dark mark that was cast over the houses of Voldemort's victims, albeit a smaller version. It wafted into the air like smoke, and Harry waved a hand through it, causing it to disintegrate and the green mist to disperse. Malfoy was fighting hard against tears that were threatening to spill, but he was managing to keep them at bay, staring wide-eyed at his arm. A copious amount of blood was running in rivulets from the torn edges of skin, dripping onto the plush carpet. Sorry, I didn't realize it would bleed quite so much. The last G, he'd been about to say that the last guy whose mark he'd removed was dead, but he didn't think Malfoy needed to be reminded of Rodolphus Lestrange right now. Draco gave a pained grunt in reply, but his breathing was already starting to even out and he was holding his arm tightly, staring blankly at the red, ripped and bleeding, but otherwise unmarked skin. Harry dug for the vials in his pocket, discarding the empty one onto the table and handing the remaining 2 to the Slytherin. Here, it's a salve to mend minor cuts. That other one's a pain-relieving potion, I know. Malfoy sniffed, wiping at his eyes. I do potions, you know, and last time I checked, I was better at it than you. Harry rolled his eyes, but excused Malfoy's attitude. Your arm doesn't look too bad, but I don't know how well the salve works on dark magic wounds, and since the mark was there, Harry trailed off, not really sure if the salve would work or not. He was lying too, Malfoy's arm was disgusting, the flesh shredded in a rough outline of the mark, and still bleeding freely. Malfoy took the vial of pain relief potion and uncapped it, draining the contents. Then he screwed the lid of the jar of salve, and smeared some of the green, mint-smelling paste onto the torn skin. He winced as he did so, and Harry reckoned that it must sting. "You didn't happen to bring any bandages, did you?" Harry shook his head, gathering up the 3 empty vials again and slipping them back into his pocket. "No, but if they ask you to reveal your arm, which I'm thinking Thorn probably will, then it's going to look a bit suspicious if you've got a bandage wrapped around it." You know, I didn't even think about them accusing me of being a Death Eater." "It makes sense though," Malfoy sneered. "There's too many Death Eaters there now, and he can't get to me in Hogwarts or while I'm here." Harry nodded. "It might be better to just leave the salve on there as long as you can, and wipe it off before anyone sees it. Hopefully it'll be mostly healed by then." Draco nodded. "I think it's already starting to heal, see around the edges." Harry peered closer. "Yeah, you're right. The edges were slowly healing over, new pink skin covering the raw flesh. There's Dittany in that chest over there." Malfoy pointed with his right arm, and Harry went over to it, pulling open the top drawer. It was full of knick-knacks, but he found the small bottle of Dittany quickly and brought it back over. He pulled off the cap and Malfoy poured a bit onto a cloth and placed it over his arm. They sat in silence for a while, Harry looking around at the lavish bedroom. Malfoy muttered something, and Harry turned to look at him. "What?" Malfoy's eyes flickered to Harry's and then away again. He cleared his throat. "I said thank you." Harry gave a shrug and grinned. "I needed to practice on someone." Malfoy snorted. "Flitwick's going to explode when he sees that spell. You'll probably get your name in a journal, too, not to mention the prophet." Suddenly, the sound of voices rumbled in the corridor, and Harry heard footsteps approaching their direction. He stood up quickly and moved to the fireplace, seeing a jar of flow powder on the mantel. "No, not that way," hissed Malfoy, grabbing his shoulder and turning him around. "They've disabled the flow in case I try to escape. You'll have to wait until we've gone and go out the front door. Just follow the gravel path down to the front gate and you can apparate once you're outside it. The password on the gate is Galadriel." Harry nodded as Malfoy pushed him towards double doors on the other side of the room. "And don't touch anything. I mean that, some of the art and artifacts we have on display aren't very nice to touch. Some of them are cursed." He opened the doors and Harry stepped inside, the door closing behind him. Malfoy's footsteps retreated back to the bed, and then he heard the door open. "Draco, it is time." He recognized the voice of Lucius Malfoy. There was a slight pause, and then, "Have you been crying?" Malfoy struck up a defensive tone, his voice high. No. And it was true, he hadn't been crying. Nearly, but not quite. "Come along then. We mustn't keep the court waiting." 2 sets of feet left and the door closed. Silence descended, and he turned around to inspect his hiding place. It was the biggest cupboard Harry had ever been in, and he could honestly say that it was bigger than Dudley's second bedroom. Certainly bigger than the first cupboard Harry had known. He waited 10 minutes, or at least it felt like that, but he was too anxious to wait longer, and he was sure that they'd have left by now. Opening the cupboard, he stepped out and moved to the bedroom door. It opened out into a wide, carpeted hallway. He had no idea which way to the front door, but he knew that he wasn't on the ground floor, so he walked along until he found a staircase. Sure enough, it went down as well as up, and he was about to go down when the only open door in the hallway caught his eye. After a moment of hesitation, he decided he could spare a few minutes, and tiptoed quietly over to the door. The plush carpet masked any sound his footsteps might have made. Peeking around the edge of the door, he saw that the room was empty, and he stepped inside. There was a large king-sized bed in the middle of the opulent room, and he realized it must be the master bedroom. He walked inside, running his finger along the edge of a dressing table that was standing against one wall. There were small bedside tables either side of the bed, and he noticed an array of items on both. His curiosity piqued. He went to inspect. The first bedside table was occupied by several different objects: a man's watch, a small mirror, a small hairbrush, in which was caught several long, white beads. owned hares. Beside that was a pile of coins, 2 galleons, 2 sickles and 1 canute, and folded neatly beside them was a silk handkerchief. He lingered there a moment, inspecting the objects and then moved over to a set of double doors to one side of the room. Opening them, he found himself in a wardrobe similar to the one in Draco's room, only it was bigger. It was full of richly embroidered robes made of fine materials. There were so many that it almost seemed they'd have enough to wear a different one each day of the year. Deciding that he really had to go now, Harry left the bedroom and descended the stairs he had come across earlier. The banister of the staircase was dark stone, carved to look like vines. Deep green stones, perhaps jade, were shaped into flowers and scattered here and there along the railing. It was quite beautiful, and extremely elegant. He would have liked to have stayed and looked around further, but he had places to be. He opened the front door and hurried down the gravel path to the gate, speaking the password and stepping out onto the dirt lane outside of it. He apparated straight away, arriving with a pop not far from the school gates. He dashed inside and using the pendant again, he apparated to the waterfall painting. He checked his watch and saw that it was 10 o'clock. Malfoy's trial started in 10 minutes. The cold water brought goosebumps to his skin, but he ignored it. Concentrating on the portrait of Malfoy's grandfather, he stepped through for the second time that day to the painting in Malfoy's room. Opening the door at the back, he this time chose the door labeled, Ministry of Magic. He opened it and stepped through, finding himself looking down on the atrium of the ministry. He darted into the next portrait, nearly colliding with a man who had a powder white face, rosy cheeks, a white wig, and was wearing old-fashioned clothing. Harry whipped off his cloak, startling the man. "Excuse me, can you tell me where courtroom 10 is?" The man gabbled an answer, and Harry took off again, running through portrait after portrait until, finally he came into a portrait where the light was darker and found himself looking at the back of a tall man with owned hair. It seemed he had finally run into Abraxas Malfoy. The man turned at the sound of Harry's footsteps, a familiar sneer on his face. He looked remarkably like his son, though perhaps his face was more angular, and older of course. "And who might you be, coming through my painting?" he asked, his tone imperious. "I'm Harry," replied Harry, feeling fairly comfortable in giving his name. There was no reason why a painting should know who he was. Abraxas glared. "Well, you can turn around and leave immediately. There's important business going on here, and I want no distractions from some young." Malfoy eyes Harry's robes and sneered. "Gryffindor, how did you come to be here? Are you from Hogwarts?" Harry nodded. "I came through your portrait. How did you come to get through the door? It should not appear to others." Harry shrugged. "It appeared to me. As that's so, well, you will still leave." Harry rolled his eyes. "I'm not leaving. I came to watch the trial." Abraxas stuck his face close to Harry's. "And what business is this of yours? Come to join the other gawkers, have you?" Abraxas extended a regal arm, palm up, indicating the bustling courtroom. It certainly was busy. Almost all of the tiered seats were full, and there were still people coming in through the door, lining themselves up against the walls at the very back. The walls of the dungeon courtroom were made of dark stone, and only dimly lit by a few torches. "Draco's my friend," replied Harry, stepping closer to the canvas for a wider view of the courtroom. "Is he here yet?" The elder Malfoy narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "No. He shall be here when he is called by the court." At that moment, Harry saw Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy enter the court, and the room quieted for a split second before the chatter from onlookers grew louder than before. They went right to the bottom of the steps, taking seats that seemed to have been reserved for them in the first row. To Harry's surprise, a few minutes later, Snape and Dumbledore appeared, also taking seats in the bottom row. Shortly after, the court was called to order and Draco was led in by an Auror, though he was not restrained in any way. The only reason there were so many people at the trial was because of Malfoy's status, not because the crime was particularly controversial or bad. "Trial hearing of the 19th of April, began Septimus Thorn, his voice echoing loudly, bouncing off the walls. "Into offenses committed under the Animagus Act of 1822 by the defendant Draco Abraxas Malfoy, resident of Malfoy Manor, Wiltshire, exact location undisclosed." He paused, shuffled some papers, and continued. Interrogators. Septimus Thorne, Minister for Magic. Amelia Susan Bones, Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Faisal Wukash, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister. Court Scribe. Percy Ignatius Weasley. Witness for the defense. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, boomed a voice as Harry craned his neck to try and see Percy. Harry's eyes widened in surprise as Dumbledore stood in his seat and came forward, his long midnight blue robes flowing around him. He hadn't expected this at all. Septimus Thorne looked extremely put out by the interruption, but he waved Dumbledore forward. Well, I suppose we'll need another chair. Bigley, fetch. Not to worry, said Dumbledore pleasantly. He strode forward and conjured a comfortable armchair next to the wooden one that Malfoy was in. Malfoy looked once at Dumbledore and then away, his eyes darting from his parents to the Wizengamot. He clearly hadn't been expecting it either. Finally the trial proper began. Draco Malfoy, you are charged with not registering an animagus transformation. This is an offense under the Animagus Act of 1822 and you are subject to punishment by the law should you be found guilty. There was a brief pause, during which all Harry could hear was the scratch of a quill as the scribe recorded the words. Then, the questions began. Do you admit to being an unregistered animagus? Draco nodded immediately. A vocal response for the record, if you will. Draco cleared his throat. Yes, I admit to being an unregistered animagus. And what form do you take? A dragon. And were you aware of the law regarding animagus forms? Did you know you were required by law to make the proper authorities aware? Yes, I was aware. Thorne addressed the Wizengamot. Fairly straightforward, I think. All those in favor of finding the defendant guilty. Every hand was raised, and Harry doubted whether anyone had been expecting any different. Very well. Thorne turned back to Draco, staring down at him with a deadly look. Given that the nature of your form is magical, and considered dangerous, and that you were fully aware of the illegality of not registering said form, you are hereby fined 1,000 galleons, which is the maximum fine for this crime. Talking began in the courtroom, but the Minister for Magic quieted them immediately. There is another matter to be dealt with today. Harry sighed and smiled in anticipation and relief. He was thankful beyond measure that he had perfected the charm, and he couldn't wait to see the smug look wiped off Thorne's face. At the announcement, Dumbledore sat up straighter, seemingly paying attention for the first time. Harry had a feeling that he had been waiting for the same thing. Currently, you are under suspicion of Death Eater activities. Gasps were heard, and voices broke out again, talking excitedly. Quiet please, called a man standing to the minister's side. Abraxas groaned in resignation. Don't worry, said Harry, smiling. I'm sure it'll all turn out fine. Abraxas merely glared at him. Harry grinned and turned back to the court. The courtroom was silent again, and Thorne began his questions. Have you, at any time, engaged in Death Eater activities? Dumbledore cleared his throat, standing up. I may be wrong, but I was under the impression that this was a hearing solely for the allegations brought against Mr. Malfoy in regards to the Animagus Act. Surely other matters require another trial to be scheduled, as proper evidence must be gathered before an accusation can be made. Septimus Thorne was visibly gritting his teeth. In this court of law, Mr. Dumbledore, matters need not be strictly related to the formal charge. I for one would like to hear this, added Madame Bones, surprising Harry. He would have expected her to support Dumbledore. Of course, we must also consider that Mr. Malfoy is still a school age. Age does not exempt anyone from the law, she responded, a small frown settling over her face as she considered Dumbledore. Harry knew she was close to Order members, so she was probably wondering why Dumbledore was defending someone who most people knew was a Death Eater. Indeed it does not, agreed Thorne. Quite besides, the boy is of age. I must insist. If you must insist, we shall put it to a vote before the Wizengamot, snapped Thorne impatiently. He turned so that he was facing the benches. Those in favor of pursuing this line of questioning. Every single one of the Wizengamot members raised their hands immediately, there was no hesitation. Dumbledore had no choice but to accept the decision. Thorne gave a satisfied grin and repeated his question. Have you, at any time, engaged in Death Eater activities? No. Malfoy's voice was sure, and Harry had to admit that he sounded sincere. You have never attended a Death Eater meeting, or been party to a Death Eater attack. No. Have you ever been in the presence of he who must not be named, willingly or unwillingly? Malfoy paused, perhaps for a split second too long, but then answered. No. Do you or do you not carry the mark of he who must not be named on your arm? I don't. I think we'd like to take a look at your arm, just to ascertain that you are in fact telling the truth. You understand, I'm sure. Thorn smiled cruelly, the certainty that he was about to expose Draco as a Death Eater evident in his eyes. Draco gave a jerky nod, and gulped visibly, his eyes darting around at the sea of staring faces, many of which already held accusatory glares. In the tears, Narcissa Malfoy burst into tears and clung to Lucius Malfoy's arm, her actions an obvious sign of her son's guilt, in Harry's opinion. Lucius Malfoy was sitting rigidly, his face set in stone as he gazed down at his son. If I may, Minister, said Dumbledore. Perhaps such an inspection would be better off made elsewhere. I see no reason why that should be the case, returned Thorn coldly, clearly annoyed by Dumbledore's attempts at stalling the trial. We have already put this to a vote, Dumbledore. Your desire to defend the boy is touching, but pointless. If he is guilty, he will be punished, and I cannot imagine why you would not want a Death Eater brought to justice. If indeed he is one. If he is not, then showing us his arm does no one any harm. That was hardly logic that anyone could disagree with. Septimus Thorn gave a coldly satisfied smile, the triumph of his impending victory rolling off him in waves. Do you consent to revealing your arm, or shall we have a member of the court do it for you? He asked, his voice carrying a sarcastic tone. I can do it, stuttered Malfoy. He shifted in his seat and then, Harry was sure he did it slowly to enrage the minister, he pulled back his robe, inch by slow inch. The entire courtroom was silent, everyone was waiting with bated breath, whether they expected to see the dark mark or not. The sleeve was halfway up Malfoy's arm, and it was evident there was nothing there, but still no one spoke. It was as if they were sure it would be revealed on the next inch of skin. Then Draco jerked up the robe to his elbow, revealing his entire forearm. There were gasps from the galley, clearly the majority of onlookers had been expecting the young Malfoy to be marked. Septimus Thorn's nostrils flared. Bigly. He snapped. Check him. A young ministry employee in smart robes jogged forward and inspected Draco's arm for several moments and then straightened up, facing the minister. There is no mark, Minister. There's nothing. Bigley's voice was sincere, and untroubled. Harry could tell he was not a Death Eater, he was not confused by the lack of a dark mark. Another man strode forward, the thud of his boots overriding the whispers from the spectators. Quiet, yelled Thorn. Harry recognized the second man. His name was Yaxley, and he was most certainly a Death Eater. Yaxley snatched up Draco's arm, bending it in a way that looked painful. Harry could see Draco gritting his teeth. Yaxley leaned over the arm, frowning. He ran a finger over the skin, and then his whole hand. Then he muttered a series of spells. Finally, he stopped, and peered intently at the bare skin before speaking. Nothing. No mark. He looked up at Thorn, and he clearly had no idea what was going on. Thorn snapped his fingers rudely at Bigley. Bigley, administer veritaserum to the defendant. Dumbledore stood up, an air of outrage about him, though his face was calm. Now really, stated Amelia Bones at the same time, glaring disapprovingly at the minister. Such measures are only used on criminals and this boy is clearly not one. There is no way to hide the mark, that is well known. Madam Bones is right. There is no way, agreed Dumbledore, who spared a brief, searching glance at Malfoy, and then a quick look at Snape in the stands. He must have some concealing spell. I have it on the authority of one of our top Aurors that this boy is engaged in Death Eater activities. Thorn was enraged, and obviously unable to understand why Malfoy did not have a mark. The Wizengamot were conversing quietly amongst themselves, and they reached a decision quickly. Amelia Bones had a quiet but obviously stern word with the minister. Septimus Thorn gritted his teeth. He had no choice but to let Draco go. He banged the gavel. You are hereby dismissed. Proceed to the front desk to pay your fine. With that, he turned and left, in somewhat of a huff. Harry wondered how he would be punished for failing to send Malfoy to Azkaban, and felt a thrill of anticipation as several ideas flashed through his mind. The courtroom was filled with the sound of excited witches and wizards. A satisfactory outcome, murmured Abraxas, a curious tone in his voice as he stared at Draco, clearly puzzled. Down on the floor, Draco let out a nervous, relieved laugh and stood up, then turned and grinned at his parents. Narcissa Malfoy was hurrying down the stairs to the floor, pushing aside anyone who got in her way. Dumbledore was conversing with Snape, a quiet and rapid conversation. Harry could guess what that was about. He just hoped that Draco had enough sense not to tell anyone how the mark had been removed when they asked. Harry watched long enough to see that Malfoy left with Dumbledore and Snape, speaking only briefly to his parents. He then made his way back to Abraxas Malfoy's portrait, going through the door at the back and into the portrait in Malfoy's room. He titled his body forwards, pushing against the canvas until he broke through and tumbled awkwardly into the room. He almost lost his balance as he landed and a wave of dizziness washed over him. It passed quickly though, and he apparated to an unused classroom not far from the Gryffindor common room. After leaving the room and walking to the portrait hole, he gave the fat lady the password, Thestral, and made his way up to the dorms. It had only just gone 10 past 11, and the common room was all but deserted, with most students outside enjoying the fine weather. Harry withdrew the 3 vials from his pocket. He let the 2 empty ones clatter onto his bedside table, and then stowed the third one under his socks, hoping that any residue from the potion that had been in it wouldn't affect what it now held. He covered his socks with a fine black robe with deep green edges, and closed the lid of his trunk. A letter that had been on top had fluttered to the ground when he opened it, remembering that he'd received it from Aislinn yesterday. He walked to the other end of his bed and put it on his drawers, next to the empty vials where he would remember it. He was heading out of the dormitory when he fell to his knees, though he barely realized it. The collision of his bony knees with the hard ground was nothing to the unbearable agony radiating outwards from his scar. Harry's vision swam and the gold and maroon trimmings of the Gryffindor 7th-year boys' dormitory were gone. He was walking instead along a long, dark corridor. His feet thumped against stone, and the roof and walls were made of the same gray slate. He was so angry, angrier than he had been since the last traitor had eluded him. Someone had fooled him. How he did not yet know, and he was going to find out who. Whoever it was would pay, along with the traitorous Malfoy child. He hadn't even seen the deceit coming, and that in itself made him angry. With a snarl, he flicked his wand at the wall up ahead, and chunks of stone rained down onto the floor. Aur continued blasting his way along, venting his anger until he came to the cell he was traveling to. The man huddled in his cell, looking up with fear-filled eyes. He raised his wand. Harry woke to the cool dim light of the infirmary at twilight, sighing as he remembered the vision that had caused him to lose consciousness. He should have been expecting it. Thorn or Yaxley, or some other Death Eater had probably gone straight from the trial to Voldemort to report that Malfoy hadn't been incarcerated on charges of being a Death Eater. It had been a while since he'd been so affected by a vision. Voldemort must have been unspeakably angry about Malfoy getting away from him. Harry laid his forearm over his eyes, blocking out what little light there was. He could feel his fingers twitching, and he cracked open an eye, peeking at them from under his arm. He could see the slight tremor that had been plaguing him on and off for a while now. He heard shoes clacking against the stone, and a moment later the matron arrived at his bedside. "If you are feeling fine now that you've woken, you may leave," said Madame Pomfrey kindly as she deposited a bowl of stew on the table next to his bed. Harry ignored the food. He hardly felt like moving, let alone eating. "I might just stay here, I think," he replied. He didn't want to have to face questions in the common room about what had happened, or put up with Hermione and Ron's sympathetic expressions. He was probably just going to sleep if he went back to the dorm, and he could do that just as well here. Better, in fact, because Madame Pomfrey would probably give him a dreamless sleep potion or something if he asked. A worried look crossed Madame Pomfrey's face, and she laid a cool hand against his forehead. You feel a little warm. Do you feel ill?" "Yes," he replied shortly, just wanting to be left alone. I think I might just go to sleep. Madame Pomfrey came over a few minutes later with a dreamless sleep potion, and Harry took it gratefully, quickly sinking into a deep, undisturbed sleep. Harry left the hospital wing the next morning in time for his first class. He arrived at the end of the Transfiguration corridor just as the rest of the class was filing in up ahead. By the time he reached the classroom, all but 2 of the seats were full. The seating plan was upset from the usual. Malfoy was not sitting with his usual group. Instead, he had taken a seat in the front row, at the end, with a space between him and Hermione, who always sat in the front and middle. Harry would normally sit either side of Ron or Hermione, but today that meant sitting next to Malfoy, and at the mere sight of the Slytherin made him angry. It confused him, because Voldemort's anger was completely at odds with his own feelings regarding the Slytherin. Voldemort wanted him to suffer. Harry was glad that Malfoy was alive and safe in Hogwarts. Voldemort was angry that the Slytherin had somehow managed to get away. Harry was proud that he had been the reason for that escape. Instead, he took Malfoy's usual seat next to Theodore Nott, ignoring the funny looks he received from some people at his choice of seat. Everyone kept shooting Malfoy curious looks, and a few of them looked back at Harry, too, but he studiously avoided their stares, keeping his gaze locked on the blackboard. He could feel an itching in his hands. They wanted to reach for his wand, and direct some deadly or painful spell in the Slytherin's direction. Professor McGonagall called for the class to be quiet, and Harry pulled his inkwell closer, preparing to write. McGonagall, however, had other ideas. Before we start, I would to congratulate one of your classmates on an outstanding demonstration of transfiguration. I am talking, of course, about Mr. Malfoy. McGonagall gave him a small, pleased smile. Everyone in the class looked over at Malfoy, who smoothed down his hair and stared at his desk. Can you tell us, was it a natural transformation, or did you learn to do it? Malfoy looked up. I taught myself. McGonagall gave an almost self-satisfied smirk. A fine example of a self-taught animagus. Mr. Malfoy, you can be very proud of your achievement. There are few witches and wizards who have the discipline to succeed in such an endeavor, especially one so spectacular. McGonagall beamed with pride at Draco, who shifted uneasily, not used to or comfortable with praise from the Gryffindor head of house. His cheeks were tinged red. In fact, 40 points to Slytherin for the effort. The class clapped politely, some of the girls giving Malfoy admiring looks. Harry noticed with a bit of relief that Lavender was one of them. She'd been giving him looks again since he'd gotten back, despite the fact that he'd effectively snubbed her not too long ago. Ron, on the other hand, was glaring at Malfoy as though the Slytherin had personally betrayed him, and Harry forced himself to concede that some things might never change. Ron wasn't the only one glaring though. Beside Harry, Nott was shooting Malfoy an absolutely loathsome look, and the Slytherins beside Nott were looking sullen and unsure of how to react. How long did it take you? Questioned Susan Bones, her voice whispery and excited. Oh, I'm not sure exactly. Less than a year. There were murmurs of admiration throughout the room. Wow, gushed Lavender, leaning forward in her desk and twirling a finger in her hair. It must have been so hard. Malfoy, who had probably never said more than 2 words to Lavender before, cleared his throat. Not really. Just lots of practice. As the Wyvern, a student too. When everyone had seen Harry the day Malfoy had been attacked, people had seen him properly and realized that he wasn't actually a dragon. The whole class seemed to hold its breath after Hermione asked the question. Even Harry found himself doing it. He watched Malfoy closely, but the Slytherin's eyes didn't stray anywhere near him as he answered. Malfoy gave a small grin at the class in general and shook his head. No. McGonagall nodded. Animagi are hardly that common. I'm quite sure you know that, Miss Granger. Hermione pursed her lips and frowned at Malfoy, clearly unsatisfied with his answer. Harry had thought to speak to Malfoy after the class, but when he went out into the corridor, the Slytherin was surrounded by a group of Ravenclaw students, asking him about becoming an animagus and if he thought they could do it too, so he walked past and continued on his way to potions, not even thinking to wait for Hermione until he heard her calling after him. He sighed in impatience while she caught up, and then set off towards the dungeons at a brisk pace that had her jogging to keep up. He stopped suddenly, at the top of the stairs when he felt a tiny flicker, somewhere in the back of his mind. He concentrated on it, and felt the presence flit through his mind. Not searching, not trying to find any memories, not trying to possess him. He got the sense that it was just there for a casual look around, just exploring. Frowning, and ignoring Hermione's question about what was wrong, he started walking again. It would be obvious to Voldemort now that Harry was a Horcrux, and he wondered if that would change that Voldemort wanted him dead. Another thing he wanted to know was whether or not Voldemort had discovered that he could access his other Horcruxes. As far as Harry could tell, he had only ventured into Harry's because he had followed Harry through the link. He might not even realize that he could access the other Horcruxes at all. Snape was already in the classroom when they arrived, and they took their seats, taking the things they needed for their project out of their bag and getting straight to work, as this was the day they got to work independently on their projects. Snape was prowling around the room, checking up on people's projects. He merely nodded at Harry's work, not giving any comments, which Harry took as a good sign. The potions master continued on, making the odd remark or criticism to students. Harry looked up at Snape's next words. Wyvern's venom, murmured Snape, looking over Malfoy's project notes. Yes, sir. I'm experimenting with it, documenting its properties. Snape leaned back against the table behind him, reading Malfoy's notes with great interest. Hermione's head shot up, her interest evidently piqued by Malfoy's announcement. Others in the class had heard too, and as in Transfigurations, Malfoy was inundated with questions from eager students. The wyvern really let you take venom from it? I wouldn't have wanted to get that close to its mouth. What if it tried to attack you? You'd have had no chance. Harry rolled his eyes at them. It's quite a docile creature. Really, drawled Malfoy, his eyes flicking towards Harry briefly. Harry narrowed his eyes. It didn't look docile to me, stated Pansy, hanging on Malfoy's every word. A smirk curled Malfoy's lips. Perhaps it's because I was the dominant one. I was bigger, so it did what I told it to. Harry choked on the air he'd been breathing in, dropping the glass beaker he'd been holding, his slightly shaking hands unable to keep a firm hold of it. Careful, Potter, snapped Snape, waving his wand to clean up the mess of glass, which Harry had been trying to pick up piece by piece with his hands. Harry stood up, glowering across the room. If he'd been in a better mood, Malfoy's comments probably wouldn't have worried him so much, but right now they just made him angry. They made him seem weak, and weak was something he was not. So you convinced it to help you fight against the Death Eaters? Asked Hermione, her tone slightly skeptical. Harry greatly approved of her tone and felt a spark of warmth towards her. Malfoy cleared his throat, and his eyes flicked towards Harry once again. Harry scowled darkly, making sure the Slytherin saw the very unimpressed look on his face. Malfoy cleared his throat again. Yes. He looked back at Hermione, tossing his hair and speaking more certainly. Yeah, I did. That's so brave, commented Hannah. And such a good idea, too. You were the reason we won. Mused Hermione, while some of the Slytherin members in the class cast dark looks at Malfoy. Pansy, who'd been listening with great interest to everything Malfoy said, had returned to looking sullen as she stirred her potion. I really find it hard to believe such a creature would be so pliable, continued Hermione. Have you ever tried talking to one, Granger? Hermione huffed and went back to her potion. Harry was surprised that Snape was letting such friendly banter between students go on in his classroom, but he seemed not to even care. In fact, he looked slightly smug at Malfoy's last comment to Hermione. That Saturday was the Ravenclaw vs. Slytherin Quidditch match. It was supposed to have been the previous week, but it had been delayed due to Malfoy's trial. At 9 o'clock, Harry, Ron and Hermione headed down the Quidditch pitch with the rest of the school. There was a great sense of excitement in the crowds, and for once, people seemed to be anticipating a Slytherin win. Harry sat between Seamus and Neville in the stands, the rest of the 7th-year Gryffindors and their Quidditch team clustered around them. A few players were doing warm-up laps of the pitch, and Harry spotted Malfoy, his pale blonde hair flashing in the sunlight as he circled the far goal posts on his top of the range broom. It had been a week now since Malfoy's trial, and Harry still hadn't talked to the Slytherin. He wondered if it was because the Slytherin was still mad about Lestrange's body. It had been hard to catch the Slytherin on his own, too. Harry had tried several times in the first few days, but the Slytherin had always been with someone, and so Harry hadn't been able to approach him. Not that that was really an issue now. After all, Malfoy wasn't loyal to Voldemort anymore, so it wouldn't be dangerous for him to be seen talking to Harry. Part of Harry was concerned that he might have told someone about how he had had his mark removed, but no one had approached him about it, so he was leaning more towards thinking that he hadn't told anyone yet. The game began and all the players flew up into the air, Ravenclaw taking charge of the quaffle. It turned out to be a fast, action-packed game. The quaffle changed hands regularly, intercepted by both teams right when it got near the other team's goals. They seemed quite evenly matched. After 10 minutes, the score was already at 40-40. Malfoy suddenly took off, his broom speeding through the air. The Ravenclaw Seeker took off after Malfoy, both of them heading for the stands across from where Harry and his friends were seated. Harry looked for the snitch but couldn't see it, and suspected that Malfoy was faking. Sure enough, about 2 meters from the stands, Malfoy abruptly changed direction, streaking up into the air and looping back towards the middle of the pitch. The other Seeker didn't manage to change direction so fast, and they collided with one of the wide poles that supported the stands. He'd had time to slow down though, so he wasn't hurt. Even from here Harry could see his red face as he righted himself on his broom and flew up to circle the pitch again. As Malfoy soared past them, students in the stands stood up and cheered. It was the first time Harry could ever remember anyone who wasn't a Slytherin cheering for one. Even some Ravenclaws, girls, mostly, were cheering for Malfoy every time he came near their part of the stands, or took off as if he had seen the snitch, or avoided a bludger aimed his way. And plenty of bludgers were being aimed his way. One of the Slytherin beaters was either no good, or, more likely, showing his displeasure towards Malfoy by trying to knock him off of his broom. Another 15 minutes into the game, the score had already climbed to 100-110 to Ravenclaw, with the quaffle in Slytherin's possession, when Malfoy put on another burst of speed, heading towards the other end of the pitch. The Ravenclaw Seeker headed in the same direction, looking wildly around for the snitch. Harry didn't think Malfoy was feigning this time, and following Malfoy's line of sight, he saw the snitch darting about in a jerky pattern halfway up the goal posts. The Ravenclaw Seeker spotted it then as well, because they changed their direction slightly, now staring at the one spot. Malfoy was behind. He'd been nearly at the other end of the stands when he'd seen it. Luckily, Malfoy's broom was faster, and he soon drew closer to the Ravenclaw. The Ravenclaw dodged back and forth in front of Malfoy, trying not to let him get past, but Malfoy darted past beneath him, drawing level, and then inching ahead on his faster broom. They both reached out their arms for the snitch, both veering sharply to the left when the snitch darted in that direction. There was a brief moment when Harry thought the Ravenclaw had it, but then Malfoy's hand closed around the snitch, inches ahead of the grasping fingers of the Ravenclaw Seeker. The Slytherin victory was sealed. They're all cheering for Slytherin, Ned Ron, clearly appalled. Indeed, the stands had erupted, and were full of cheering students, the first time Harry had seen most people cheering for Slytherin House. Of course, it wasn't so much they were cheering for the house as they were cheering for Malfoy. The Slytherin was lapping it up, too, a wide grin stretched over his face. Since being found out as an animagus, he had attained some sort of hero status among the student, and even many of the teachers. He had always been wealthy, good-looking, and therefore popular. Now, as well as all that, he was an animagus and, not being a Death Eater, the epitome of all that was good, and it made him more popular than ever. As he walked towards the middle of the pitch, his broom held aloft, Harry noticed that swagger that he had lost somewhere during their 6th year had returned in full force. The next night at dinner, there was a guest at the head table. Narcissa Malfoy was seated there, between Snape at the end and Flitwick. He wasn't the only one who had noticed, and the Gryffindor table was full of speculation about what she was doing there. Most seemed to think she was just visiting, but Harry thought it strange. She was deep in conversation with Snape, something Harry found extremely odd given that Snape had long ago been found out as a traitor. He doubted they'd been in touch since then. If Voldemort found out that they were casually chatting over dinner, Narcissa Malfoy would probably find herself at the end of his wand. He watched them for a while, and at one point, Narcissa looked towards the Slytherin table, an adoring smile appearing on her face. Harry followed her gaze and saw Malfoy, sitting close to Astoria with his arm draped around her waist. Frowning, he went back to his dinner. He had a great deal he wanted to discuss with the Slytherin, so he added asking about his mother to the list. A few hours after dinner, when curfew had passed, Harry made his way to the portrait in Malfoy's room, and found the Slytherin standing at his bed, folding a robe. "Can I come in?" Malfoy looked up, straight to the portrait, and after a moment gave a nod. Harry tipped forward and out of the portrait, landing awkwardly on his hands and knees. "Hi," he said, rubbing his wrist as he stood up. Malfoy nodded a greeting. "Potter, I was wondering when you'd be coming to see how it all worked out." "Well, I've tried to talk to you a few times, but you're always surrounded by people fawning over you." Malfoy snorted. "It's rather annoying, actually. I mean, I liked it at first, of course, but those Hufflepuffs," Malfoy trailed off, shaking his head. "They're so nice, all the time." "How's your arm?" he asked. Malfoy gave a small smile and pulled his sleeve up, revealing smooth, pale, unmarred skin. At the trial, Harry had only seen it from afar. "Your charm worked brilliantly." Harry looked closely. Malfoy was right. There was absolutely no indication that anything had ever been there. "And you haven't felt him calling you or anything?" Malfoy shook his head, pulling his sleeve back down. "Nothing whatsoever. It's really gone. I suppose I should thank you again." Malfoy sounded a little awkward, and Harry supposed thanking people wasn't something he did too often. "Don't mention it," he replied, thinking he should find some spells which tested for dark magic, to see if any trace remained. "So what's your mum doing here?" "My mother is staying in the castle temporarily. A few days, at most." "Why though?" Malfoy shrugged, dropping the robe onto the bed and leaning against a wooden bedpost. "To see me." "Won't that look like she's taken your side?" Malfoy paused, scrutinizing his fingernails, before replying. "She has. After the trial, the Dark Lord ordered my father to disown me. It hasn't happened yet. My father is trying to convince him that that would reveal my father's position as a Death Eater. And it would, obviously, but I don't think that's what the Dark Lord is worrying about at the moment." Malfoy's eyes turned stormy. "He wants me dead, and to at least suffer in the meantime. My mother decided she couldn't put up with that, and has come to join me here. Anyway, she won't be at Hogwarts much longer. She's organizing to stay with relatives abroad, or perhaps with her sister, Andromeda." "Does Voldemort know yet?" asked Harry. Malfoy wrinkled his nose. "I'd say so. My father would have told him before he heard it from somebody else." They sat in silence for a moment. Harry rubbed at his scar, which had been tingling unpleasantly for a while now, and was now beginning to really ache. "How did you get to my house, anyway? You found a pretty major loophole in the security of the manor. Remember you told me once that a portrait of your grandfather hung in your house, and at the ministry." "That's how I got through." Malfoy's eyes widened as realization dawned. "Because paintings can move between their own portraits. How did you work out you could do it?" "I've been going between here and Grimmauld Place for ages now, through Phineas Nigelus' portrait, the one in Dumbledore's office. It made sense that it worked for other paintings as well." Harry paused, and then changed the direction of the conversation. "How have things been with the other Slytherins? I've noticed you haven't been hanging around with the usual bunch." Malfoy shrugged, running his finger along the gap between two stones in the wall. "Obviously some of them aren't too happy about it, and then others aren't really sure. One or two of them were sitting on the fence, you know. And now, I think they feel like they have to choose." Harry ran a hand wearily over his face and through his hair, stifling a yawn. "So, have they been asking you about your mark?" Malfoy snorted. "Of course they've all been asking me, and of course I haven't told them, before you ask. Even Abraxas has been asking me about you, though for a different reason. He told me you were at the trial." "Yeah, well, don't go telling him I'm a real person. Not an idiot, remember." "Debatable," muttered Harry, taking a seat at the chair at Malfoy's desk. You did join Voldemort in the first place. There was suddenly the sound of a throat being cleared from the side of the room. Oh, hello, grandfather, said Malfoy with a bored drawl, glancing at the portrait briefly. Father has been sending him to check up on me lately, he added to Harry. Just my luck, muttered Harry, scowling up at Abraxas, who was looking curiously down at him. He felt a wave of frustration at his bad luck. But you are the boy from the trial. How is it that you came to be in a painting, and yet you are real? I think you're mistaking me with somebody else, Mr. Malfoy, he replied in an even tone, massaging his temples to try and relieve the pain building in his head. He'd have to go and see Madame Pomfrey after he left. Abraxas drew himself up imperiously, looking down his perfectly straight nose at Harry. I may be dead, but I am not retarded, boy, retorted Abraxas with a sneer, leaning forward with his arms crossed. I recognize you. Malfoy was smirking, but suddenly, the smirk froze on his face. Potter, said Malfoy, an inquisitive tone entering his voice. He frowned slightly. What's wrong with your eyes, Potter? The Slytherin took a step back, going for his wand. For a moment, Harry vaguely wondered what was going on. He could barely think through the pain that had suddenly bloomed in his mind. Get someone, shouted Malfoy, and it took Harry a moment to realize that he'd been yelling out to Abraxas. Harry felt himself standing, his hand going to his pocket for his own wand. No, there was no wand there. He was confused. Where did the boy keep it? He tried the other pocket, and then realized there was a holster strapped around his arm. Harry tried to stop his hand reaching for his wand, but there was little he could do. Stupefy! Cried Malfoy's shaky voice, and Harry instinctively tried to throw himself to the side. Voldemort tried to do the same, but the instinct seemed to have given Harry some control. They tried to throw themselves in opposite directions, so instead of going either way, Harry's body did a sort of wobble and fell to the ground. He felt a coil of anger, but at least he had avoided the curse. Harry tried to ignore what he was feeling, and focused on solid facts. 1. Voldemort had taken control of his body, and 2. Harry needed to stop him somehow. He concentrated on getting back some control, trying to push through his own mind like he had done Nagini's, but he felt paralyzed, despite the fact that his body was moving. He could feel Voldemort becoming more steady, and knew he was preparing to curse the Slytherin. He saw his arm rise in front of him, his wand pointed directly at the Slytherin. Crucio! Hissed his voice. At the same time, Harry felt a thrill of horror, and tried to wench his arm in some other direction. A jet of red light shot from the end of his wand, but his limbs felt sluggish and uncoordinated, as if they couldn't decide which way to move, and Malfoy managed to dodge it, despite the close range. Harry realized that Voldemort wasn't totally in control of his body. Harry still had some influence over his limbs if he tried hard enough. He was so confused though. Voldemort's thoughts and feelings were so close to his own, and he couldn't tell whose some of them were. He realized he had little time now. That infernal painting would have reached someone by now. He would be talking to Lucius about that later. Harry gave himself a mental shake, trying not to let Voldemort's mental voice in too loudly. Draco! Help is coming! Harry's body spun to face the painting, his teeth bared in rage. His body twisted back towards Malfoy, the wand still up, and Harry tried to spin back the other way. It half worked. About halfway through the turn, his body jarred to a stop, but then kept going. Malfoy had also been taken off guard by Abraxas' shout, and was only just bringing his wand up as well. Harry felt his mouth moving to form the same curse as before, and this time has found its mark. Malfoy's face went blank in surprise for the shortest of moments, before his face contorted in pain and a cry burst from his lips. His wand clattered to the floor, and he sank to his knees, and then onto his side on the floor, writhing under the agony of the cruciatus. Harry felt the wave of victory and satisfaction coursing through him. Part of him was elated, and part of him felt sick. There was the sound of footsteps, echoing up the stairwell outside, and Harry's eyes shot to the door, his body tensing. Moments later, then expectant tension drained from his body at the same time as Malfoy's screams died away. Voldemort had left his body. Harry cast his eyes once over Malfoy. The Slytherin's hair and clothes were in disarray, but other than that he seemed all right, already pushing himself up, albeit a bit shakily. Just as the door was blasted off its hinges, Harry apparated, before whoever was coming had a chance to see him. He didn't care who it was. He just didn't want to have to deal with anyone right now. He apparated to the lake and trudged the couple of meters to the big gray rock he liked to sit at and collapsed on top of it, his head hanging in his hands. The possession had come on so suddenly, he hadn't even seen it coming at all. He'd just suddenly not been in control of his own body anymore. He shivered, remembering how it had felt to cast the curse, the power he had felt, and the exaltation. He couldn't get the image of Malfoy writhing around on the ground, or the sound of the Slytherin's screams out of his head. He suddenly wondered how he could stay in the castle. What if it happened again, while he was with Ron, or Hermione, or Ginny, or any other one of his friends or any student, for that matter? Someone could be seriously hurt, even killed. Harry moved to the ground, huddling against the rock to try and get out of the wind a bit. He would rather stay here, than in the dormitory with other people, even if there was a cold wind blowing off the lake and making him shiver again. He wrapped his arms around his body, his hands stuck under his armpits to keep them warm. There were other things in his dormitory that would just stress him out more, too, like the letter from Aislinn, which he had yet to read, let alone return, and it had been sitting there for over a week now. Plus, there were assignments and study that had built up suddenly, and he had what seemed an impossible amount to get through. He sighed. He felt as if he were about to pass out, the pain was so great. He gradually fell into a light doze, but was roused from it sometime later by the crunching sound of boots on the pebbles that surrounded this area of the lake. He forced his eyes to open, a dull haze clouding his vision. A black cloak fluttered into view, and the smell of sweet smoke wafted over him. Harry let his eyes wander tiredly to the lake. How did you find me? A simple point me spell works wonders for locating students who have gone astray, replied Snape. Oh. After a minute's silence, in which Harry knew he was being scrutinized, Snape asked, How do you feel? Harry snorted. How do you think I feel? I tortured Malfoy. You did not torture Draco, and what I meant was how you feel, physically. Are you in pain? Snape seemed to know the answer, because Harry could already hear the clink of potion vials, and a moment later, Snape held a vial of the stronger stuff down to him. Harry took it, and then sat in silence for a few minutes while it began to take effect. Come along now, said Snape after a while. It is late, and you will catch a cold if you stay out here much longer. The potions master reached down a hand, and Harry allowed himself to be helped up. They set off at a slow walk back around the lake, and Harry remembered why he'd chosen that place to apparate to. It was so far away from the school that there was little chance of anyone happening by on a casual stroll. How did you come to be in Draco's room this evening? Asked Snape as they walked. Harry shrugged, seeing no reason to lie. We were talking. Really? I was under the impression that you had never learned to be civil with each other. Harry shrugged again and made no effort to respond. He suddenly found himself remembering that fragment of consciousness that he had lost. It was like when he lost it, a hole had opened up, and some small portion of Voldemort's consciousness had rushed in to fill it. He'd been able to sense the change in himself, in his personality, for a while now, and it was greatly evident now. He wondered if he would ever be the same, if the changes would go away when Voldemort was gone, or if they were a part of him forever now. It wasn't that all the new aspects were bad in themselves, they just weren't his. After a long walk, they arrived at the castle and Snape accompanied him up to the portrait of the fat lady. Is Malfoy all right? He asked numbly, still not looking Snape in the eye. He is absolutely fine. By his account, the curse was only on him for seconds, hardly long enough for any damage to occur. The pain itself would have faded within moments. Harry nodded in relief, and then turned away, not noticing that the portrait opened without him even saying the password. He almost ran into a large group of students, including Ron and Hermione, who were gathered right next to the portrait hole. Oi! Hogsmeade weekend next week, yelled Ron in Harry's ear, clapping him on the shoulder and making Harry's head shudder horribly. Thanks, Ron, he groaned, as Hermione pulled Ron back. Are you all right, Harry? You look terrible. I'm fine, my own. Just need to sleep. Good night. Harry continued up to the dormitory, not bothering got change before he pulled the dreamless sleep potion out and swallowed it, before falling directly into bed. The next day, Harry found himself in the round room in Voldemort's soul. Snape had been against a phytolemancy lesson so soon after the possession, but Harry had been adamant that he was fine. He felt vengeful after the events of the previous day, and he was determined to get Voldemort back in some way. The unknown Horcrux was close to being detached, and Harry felt certain he could do it today if he stayed in long enough. He hadn't seen Voldemort, and he felt that though the wizard might be able to sense him there, he didn't know what Harry was up to, and so simply wasn't wasting the energy coming after him. Or he was busy. Harry didn't care either way, as long as he wasn't there. Harry cast his Patronus, conjuring up the happiest memory he could. The bridge to the unknown Horcrux seemed to come alive as the Patronus stepped onto it and started to cross it. The stag gradually disappeared from view, lost behind the heaving bridge. Harry could do nothing now but sit back and wait. He had been prepared for a long haul today, but as it turned out, he only had to wait a short amount of time, perhaps 10 minutes. Beyond the door, the bridge went ominously still, and then, from far away, a bump appeared in it, getting slowly larger, and Harry realized there was some sort of wave traveling along the bridge. His eyes widened as it got closer and he realized how big and fast and fierce it was. It reached him quickly then, and as it reached where it connected to the doorway, the bridge was ripped away by the force. A wave of magic washed over Harry, making him shiver uncontrollably, a brief spasm jerking his body. The hair on his neck stood on end, and goosebumps rose all over his body. He crawled closer to the doorway, still shivering. The tendrils of twisting magic that had been so tightly woven together before broke apart as the magical connection fell into the abyss between this bit of soul and the Horcrux. They separated, dead and unmoving now, and fell away from each other, 1,000 black strands floating away and fading as the magic that was the spell died. As always when he was in Voldemort's soul, his head hurt like hell, but he felt happier than he had in a while. He felt the bubbling ecstasy of victory in his belly, and he let out a laugh of relief. There were only 3 soul fragments left now: Hufflepuff's cup, the Horcrux in himself, and the soul in Voldemort. The Horcrux in his own body was getting quite close to being detached, although, as he had discussed with Snape on numerous occasions, it would have to be the last one destroyed, or the link would be lost. Harry headed back to his own soul now, a smile on his face as he stepped into the golden light of his own soul. Snape raised an eyebrow at Harry's expression, and Harry's grin broadened. It's gone. One of the Horcruxes is gone. Snape gave the smallest of smiles, his lips barely turning up at the ends. He reached out and squeezed Harry's shoulder. Well done, Mr. Potter. I think perhaps such an achievement is worthy of 5 points to Gryffindor. Harry had not been expecting to see Snape again, outside of classes, that was, until a week later. The potions master had forced him to take a break from phytolemancy lessons after the destruction of the Horcrux, and Harry had been happy enough to agree that they could take a break, especially since he had plans for one of the Horcruxes. As it turned out, he was forced to seek Snape out the very next day. He had been walking to the library, with the intention of returning a long overdue book when he felt it coming on. There was a sneaking presence in the back of his mind, but the pain permeating their link betrayed it, and his occlumency shields registered it as it came further and further into his consciousness. He was more prepared for it this time though, and he apparated as soon as he felt it, before it really had a chance to penetrate his shields properly. He appeared in the middle of Snape's 6th year potions class, falling to his knees as he concentrated only on the mental battle. He felt the pendant slide against his robe, and out of it, hanging towards the floor as he leaned on his hands on the cold stone floor. Any physical feeling from outside his mind was ignored though, all he could focus on was what was coming from somewhere deep inside his mind. Out! Now! Snapped Snape, and the classroom door banged open at his command. Everyone was staring open-mouthed at Harry, and when no one moved, Snape flicked his wand and their chairs collectively slid back from their desks, a screech of wood against stone filling the air. Harry was fighting Voldemort, focusing solely on his occlumency barriers. But Voldemort was a better Legilimens than Harry was an occlumens, and they were weakening, slowly but surely. He could hear Snape yelling at the students to get out, and their feet thundering past him as they finally moved, all rushing to get out as if they realized now that there was some danger. Harry let out a yell of anger and pain and frustration, pulling at his hair as he tried to keep his shields up long enough for them to get out of the classroom. He made it. Just. As soon as the door slammed shut behind the last student, his shield suffered a catastrophic failure, buckling beneath the force of Voldemort's attack. He felt the ugly, foreign presence flood into his mind, spreading out and trying to dig in, to gain control. Cool hand either side of his face jerked his head up and he vaguely, as if from far away, saw that Snape was on his knees as well, looking down at him from his slightly elevated height. Suddenly there were three people in Harry's mind, struggling for control. With Snape to contend with as well, Voldemort's fight weakened and Harry felt some control return to himself. He started rebuilding the shields, imagining the bottomless blackness, and gradually he felt even himself unable to maintain any grip on anything around him. His shields didn't keep Voldemort from his mind though, they only stopped him from accessing memories, or gaining control of Harry's body. He was still there, falling though the impenetrable darkness that was Harry's occlumency shield. Harry needed to throw him out, and while he had succeeded in doing that on a few occasions with Snape, this seemed to be more difficult, perhaps because of the unique way that Voldemort had accessed his mind or perhaps because he just needed more practice. In the end, all Harry could do was wait Voldemort out. Finally, after what seemed like an age, the pain they both felt from the link drove Voldemort to return to his own body. He felt Voldemort retreating deeper into his subconscious, and then his soul, and soon, all that was left to say he'd been there was the pain. Snape withdrew too, though that presence had felt safe, and Harry found he felt almost alone without it, even though Snape was right in front of him still. Harry sagged against a desk, breathing heavily. A staccato beat of agony was originating in his scar and echoing outwards through his head, making the classroom spin every time he moved even the slightest bit. He closed his eyes, pressing his scar against a cold screw in the desk, trying to numb it a bit. He opened his eyes when he felt a light pressure against his chest. Snape had reached out a pale hand, briefly running a finger over the twining pattern of the silver serpent. Harry knew that he must recognize it from when Dumbledore had confiscated it. "What is this that it allows you to apparate within the castle?" the potions master asked, a frown of curiosity on his face. Harry raised his eyes from the silvery pendant to Snape's face. "It's the pendant of Slytherin." "The pendant of Slytherin," murmured Snape, and Harry looked up to see him gazing in fascinated awe at the pendant. "Where did you get it? Do you think I could get something first?" asked Harry weakly, feeling particularly drained after the almost possession. Snape nodded sharply and walked to the store cabinet, coming back with a vial of normal pain relief potion and handing it to Harry. Harry stood up and sat on the desk. He was already feeling a bit better now that Voldemort was no longer clawing for a hold in his mind. He hoped Voldemort wouldn't make these attempts at controlling Harry a regular thing, because he knew that eventually, someone would get killed. Snape waited impatiently while Harry drank the potion, and then vanished the vial. "It allows you to apparate anywhere?" he asked, as soon as Harry had swallowed the last mouthful. Harry nodded. "Anywhere within the castle. I tried apparating from outside the castle, twice, and both times I passed out. I think it must use the castle's magic, so if you aren't in the castle, it uses yours instead." Snape nodded. A reasonable assumption. Harry could see that Snape was itching to try it. Harry pulled at the chain, holding it out to the potions master. "Put it over your head." The chain lengthened as Snape pulled it over his neck. "Where do you want to go?" A thoughtful look passed over Snape's face for the barest instant, and suddenly they were standing at the top of one of the towers, looking out over the lake. "That was quite sudden," remarked Snape, looking about them. Harry nodded, casting his eyes about as well, to make sure no one had seen them. Suddenly Snape apparated them again, and this time they appeared in Snape's living room. The potions master crossed his arms and looked down at Harry with a satisfied expression, knowing he had finally solved the mystery of who had been in his chambers and how they'd gotten in there. Harry scratched his nose and glanced away. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Snape raise one expectant eyebrow. "I haven't snuck in here for ages, all right," he defended, looking back up at Snape, who was less than impressed. And I only did it to get back stuff that rightly belonged to me. He crossed his own arms, glaring back up at Snape. You have far too much freedom than should be allowed, muttered Snape, giving a resigned sigh and drawing the chain back over his head. It shrunk again so that it was hanging comfortable around Harry's neck. The potions master walked over and sat on the lounge, after picking up a book off the coffee table. He looked up at Harry. Well, begone, Potter. Seeing as my next hour is now unexpectedly free, I have things to be doing. Harry grinned and nodded. Yes, sir. He turned and headed to the door, closing it quietly behind him as he stepped out into the dungeon corridor. He came face to face with Draco Malfoy. What are you doing in there? Asked Malfoy, his eyebrows raised quizzically. Harry hooked a finger around the chain at his neck and gave it a little tug. Snape found out about it. He was trying it out. Malfoy's eyes went wide. What? Did you show him the chamber? He asked in a hushed voice. Harry shook his head, edging away. He wasn't sure being around the Slytherin was a particularly good idea at the moment. Although, he also didn't think Voldemort would try to possess him twice on the same day. Malfoy noticed his obvious reluctance to talk though, and narrowed his gray eyes. I know it wasn't your fault, all right. You can stop blaming yourself. I'm not blaming myself, snapped Harry, taking a step backwards. I'm just in a rush to be somewhere. Malfoy rolled his eyes. Liar. And anyone can see you're blaming yourself. You won't even look at me properly. Snape told me you would be all self-pitying and guilty, acting like a typical Gryffindor. Harry felt a rush of anger. I'm not feeling self-pity. Yes, you are. It must be, because you shouldn't be feeling pity for me. Malfoy spread his arms. I'm completely fine, look. Harry pursed his lips, looking Malfoy over. He certainly didn't seem to have been hurt in any way, and Snape had said he was fine as well. After a moment, he let out a sigh. Look, thanks, all right. Malfoy nodded and then said seriously, you take too much responsibility for things. With that, he turned and walked into Snape's quarters, without so much as knocking. Harry set off down the corridor, heading out of the dungeons. He felt enormously relieved that Malfoy didn't hate him, or wasn't completely terrified of him. Harry made his way back down to the dungeons later that evening for another phytolemancy lesson with Snape. Snape had wanted Harry to have a break from them, but really, Harry never had a break from the link he shared, and he preferred to do what they could as soon as they could. Again, they sat in Harry's soul, with their patroni at work in the Horcrux. The Horcrux in his soul was getting very, very loose now. It wouldn't do to have it become detached while the link was still valuable to them. The problem of how exactly to kill Voldemort was as yet unresolved, though Harry had the feeling that Snape was working on something. He wandered off from Snape a little way, and found the representation of himself, the one with the blackness that was working its way over his body. He spent time examining the representation, wondering what would happen if the blackness ever covered the whole thing. Would that mean he, or his personality at least, had been completely taken over by Voldemort? Was it even possible for that to happen? After a while, Harry gave a defeated sigh, massaging the worry lines out of his forehead and trying to ease away his headache. He headed back to the Horcrux, where he'd left Snape. As he approached, he saw Snape, talking to someone who couldn't possibly be there. His mother looked as she had in the photographs he had of her, young and whole, with bright eyes and rosy cheeks. Her red hair hung loosely around her shoulders and she was smiling as she talked to Snape. Mum? He asked, before he could stop himself. Snape spun around, apparently taken by surprise, and the image of his mother faded away. Harry ran forward. Where did she go? That was my mum. He looked around, taking a few steps closer to where he had seen her. Why were you talking to my mum? He asked as he craned his neck, searching. Why didn't you tell me she was here? Harry felt a hand on his shoulder, and for a split second he was sure it was her, until he turned and found Snape looking down at him. Potter, stop. Harry scowled. Stop. Why? I want. Snape gave a small frown and looked away, his eyes unfocused. They aren't real people, Potter. It was not your mother. It is you, merely taking her appearance because it is the part of you that is like her. Harry felt a stab of disappointment, realizing at once that of course Snape was right. His mother was dead. She couldn't possibly be here. Oh. Snape continued, drifting the subject away from Harry's mother. Likewise, the Hagrids and Weasleys running about your soul are not Hagrids and Weasleys, they are just representations of yourself, the parts of you that have drawn something from them, the people who have influenced you. Harry nodded, knowing they'd covered this before. Still, he felt empty and disappointed, as if he'd truly missed out on something great. The next day, Lupin and Tonks visited the castle with Teddy. Harry met them in the entrance hall, and Tonks immediately handed Teddy over to him to hold. He was slightly reluctant. He'd never held a baby before, but they both gave him encouraging smiles as he took Teddy, holding him carefully. Teddy looked slightly worried as he was passed over, but when Harry settled him into a comfortable position in his arms, he gave a happy little laugh, latching a chubby little hand around a lock of Harry's hair. Remus and Tonks chuckled and gave each other a look. "What is it?" asked Harry. He held Teddy out a bit, and saw that the baby's hair had turned the same color as his. "He's a metamorphagus too." Tonks nodded proudly. "Hasn't stopped changing the color of his hair since he was born." Harry rearranged Teddy in his arms and grinned down at him. The baby looked around curiously. Just then, their group was joined by two more people. "Nymphadora!" exclaimed Narcissa Malfoy, bestowing a key on her niece's cheek. Harry raised his eyebrows at her behavior. As far as he knew, they hadn't spoken in a long time, and he was fairly certain that Tonks didn't like any of the Malfoys in the slightest. Tonks, however, gave a genuine smile. "And Narcissa, it's so nice to see you." Harry exchanged a look with Malfoy, who had evidently been dragged there by his mother. Malfoy gave a shrug. "Have you met my husband, Remus?" "Not formally," replied Narcissa, shaking Lupin's hand. "A pleasure." Narcissa turned her attention to the baby. "Oh, what a darling child," she cooed, hovering over Harry as he held Teddy gingerly in his arms. "Draco dear, come closer and meet your little cousin." Malfoy moved forward from his position at the edge of their small crowd and peered over Narcissa's shoulder at Teddy. "Hello there, Draco. How are you?" asked Tonks, beaming. "I'm fine, thank you, cousin," replied Malfoy, his tone carefully polite. He nodded at Remus. "Professor. Please, call me Remus, Draco. I'm not your professor anymore. In fact, we are technically family." Draco blinked and then nodded. "Yes, I suppose we are." It was a very odd situation that Harry found himself in. He juggled Teddy nervously, not really sure what to do with the baby, who was sitting contentedly in his arms and blinking up at him. Harry looked into the baby's eyes, and as he did so, they turned green like his, and a lightning bolt scar appeared on Teddy's forehead. Harry felt sick at seeing it there. Teddy was so innocent, and the scar was a curse, a mark of the darkness that marred Harry's soul. He held Teddy out to Malfoy. "You hold him," he said, not wanting to look at Teddy while Teddy was mimicking his appearance. Narcissa put her hand on Malfoy's back, pushing him forward. "Mother. No, I. Oh, go on, go on." "Yes, go on, Draco, nothing to be scared of," added Tonks. "Oh, okay." Malfoy awkwardly bundled Teddy out of Harry's arms. "I need to talk to you later," muttered Harry quietly as he passed Teddy over. The baby gurgled, and his hair turned from jet black to the palest blonde. Malfoy smiled easily, and Teddy gave another happy gurgle. Tonks grinned. "See, he likes you already." It didn't escape Harry's notice that Tonks' attitude towards her cousin had improved out of sight, nor that Malfoy was completely polite, even friendly to her, during the whole exchange. He mentally shook his head. Yes, this was very odd indeed. Unfortunately, Narcissa invited Tonks and Lupin to have tea with her in her rooms, and Malfoy had to go as well, so Harry was yet again prevented from talking to the Slytherin. Harry arranged to meet Lupin again later, and began walking up to the Gryffindor common room. He wondered when he should set his plan in motion. He thought the coming weekend would be good, or he could wait until the following weekend, when everyone would be in Hogsmeade. At first, he thought the Hogsmeade weekend would be best, because students would be everywhere and no one noticed him missing. But then, the Order would probably have plenty of people about, making sure nothing happened. He'd already heard from Hermione that almost half the teachers would be going to supervise. Besides that, he was impatient, and so in the end decided that the coming weekend would be best. Harry was sure that with a little coaxing and cajoling, he would be able to persuade the Slytherin to help him. After all, the Slytherin owed him quite a bit, after Harry had saved him from Azkaban, and probably certain death. He ignored the fact that he'd been the reason Malfoy had suffered under the Cruciatus curse, however briefly. Malfoy was a Slytherin. If any plan presented itself, whether it be his own or someone else's, Harry knew that Malfoy would think it through thoroughly before deciding to agree to it. Therefore, Harry had decided that the best way to successfully execute this plan was to surprise the Slytherin with it, and hope that it progressed so swiftly and without any unexpected events that it was over before Malfoy had any time to give it serious thought. Because, and Harry was quite sure about this, if Malfoy was given the chance to think about it, there was a good chance he would refuse to go through with it, even if he did owe Harry something. Surprisingly, the Slytherin actually approached Harry on the Friday evening when he was studying quietly in the library with Ron and Neville. Harry got up to get another book from the shelves, and had just located it when Malfoy sidled up to him, ducking just slightly to look through the shelves and check that there was no one on the other side to hear them. "So what is it you need my help with, exactly?" asked Malfoy, surprising Harry by getting straight to the same point he'd been wanting to talk to him about. "I can't tell you yet," replied Harry. "But I want it to happen tomorrow." "You're still not going to tell me?" asked Malfoy dubiously. "Even though we're going to be doing this thing tomorrow." Harry nodded. "I promise, it'll all go smoothly." He could well be lying. There were plenty of things that could go wrong with the plan, but there was also the chance that the whole plan could be executed perfectly. "Why do I get the feeling I'm going to regret helping you?" muttered Malfoy, running a finger across the spines of books and sneering at the dust that collected on the pale digit. "Nothing bad will happen, I promise," said Harry, wheedling slightly. Malfoy pursed his lips, and then answered, "Fine," as though he were signing his own death sentence. "But only because I know I owe you." Harry smiled. "I really do appreciate you helping me, you know." "You'd better," muttered Malfoy, turning and stalking off. "Oi," said Harry, catching him quickly. "I'll come and get you tomorrow morning, all right? I have Quidditch at 10, so we need to be back before then." He thought for a moment. "I'll apparate to your room at 7:30, all right? Be ready to go straight away." "Go where?" Harry grinned. "You'll see." The next morning, Harry woke before 7 and prepared for the morning's trip. He dressed, checking his wand was secured in his holster, his invisibility cloak was in his pocket, and the pendant was around his neck. If anything at all went wrong, he was relying on it to save them. It was only a last resort though. He didn't know if it could apparate through every kind of ward, or just Hogwarts. He went to his drawers, noticing Aislin's letter still sitting there. He grimaced. He felt guilty about not having returned it yet. She would be wondering why by now. He just really hadn't felt in the mood to try and write a happy-sounding letter lately. Putting it out of his mind, he opened his sock drawer and stacked the socks and boxers to one side, revealing the vials of polyjuice potion he'd purchased in Ireland to replace the old one, and the other vial, which held the hairs of the person he intended to become for the morning. Going to his trunk, he opened it and withdrew the fine black robe with silver trimmings that he had recently acquired. It really was nice, and seemed to flow over his fingers like water. He slung it over an arm and closed the trunk quietly. Satisfied he had everything he would need, he closed the curtains around his bed, knowing nobody would wake him on a Saturday morning. They'd all assume he was still asleep, until he came down to breakfast. That is, he'd be at breakfast if everything went according to plan. If it didn't, he had no idea where he would be. 2 seconds later, Harry was standing in the middle of Malfoy's room. He turned to find the Slytherin leaning against the stone wall and looking out the window, with Gaspard leaping about the Slytherin's feet. Thinking it best that they didn't take their pets, Harry extricated Salazar from his robe and instructed him to hang about the room until Harry came back to get him, and, once again, not to eat Gaspard. Salazar hissed his disappointment, but agreed that it would be best not to upset Malfoy. "Ready to go?" asked Harry after he'd set Sauls on Malfoy's desk. Malfoy nodded, looking a bit excited, but also with a gleam of trepidation in his eyes. He looked at what Harry was carrying and cocked his head, staring at the robe curiously. Harry deposited it over the back of Malfoy's desk chair and unbuttoned his own robe. He dug the 3 vials out and laid them on the desk. Polyjuice? Asked Malfoy, inspecting one of the vials. Who are we going to be changing into? You won't be changing into anyone, replied Harry. Only I will. Malfoy narrowed his eyes. Why don't I get a disguise? You won't need one. You'll see. Harry uncapped one of the vials and extricated 1B. Owned hair from it. Recapping that vial, he uncapped one of the polyjuice ones and dropped the hair in. The potion began to bubble, and changed color to become a silvery gray. Once the reaction was complete, Harry recapped the vial and replaced it on the desk, then performed the steps with the other vial while Malfoy looked on. Instead of recapping the second vial though, Harry held it up in a toast. Cheers. He swallowed the contents, shuddering at the bitter taste. It wasn't as bad as he remembered it being in their second year, though. He felt the changes coming on, and doubled up as his body began the slightly painful act of transforming into somebody else's. Finally the change was complete, and he caught his breath before straightening up. Malfoy's mouth was already hanging open, in apparent outrage and astonishment. Harry gave his hair an experimental shake. It felt strange to have so much hair. It was heavy. He tugged on the robe, and found it to be extremely comfortable material. It seemed to have been tailored for this body too, which wasn't unexpected. That's my father's robe, uttered Malfoy finally. Harry grinned, looking down at Malfoy. He was now slightly taller. How did you get my father's hair? Malfoy moved his hands to his hips, glaring at Harry. When I went to your house. I thought I'd have a quick look around before I left. Harry twisted, inspecting his new body. He took an experimental few steps, getting used to the different limbs and extra height. I promise, I wasn't intending to take anything when I got there, but it was a lucky coincidence that I found this stuff. He turned back to find Malfoy fuming. And what is it exactly that you need to be impersonating my father for? Draco, said Harry putting a hand on Malfoy's shoulder. Calm down. We only have an hour before this wears off, so we'd best be going. Harry put the chain of the pendant over Malfoy's head and apparated them to the boundary of the school. This is ridiculous, Potter, hissed Malfoy. I can tell this is something we could get into serious trouble for. Malfoy, listen to me. Everything is going to be fine, I promise. Are you going to help me or not? Malfoy let out a huff of air. I said I would, didn't I? Harry nodded. Good, let's go. They walked out the gates, and Harry checked his watch so that he knew when he would need to take the potion again, if indeed they were there so long that they needed to. All right, we apparate from here, said Harry, once they'd passed the apparition boundaries. His voice sounded so odd. I'll meet you outside Madame Malkin's in Diagon Alley, all right. Malfoy nodded, and they both turned on the spot, moments later, and with a pop that surprised Harry, they were at the designated place. The pop had given him a shock. He was so used to apparating quietly with the pendant. Where to now? Asked Malfoy, but his words trailed off slightly as his eyes fell on the building across the road. No, he murmured, and then louder, no, Potter. You can't be serious. Harry grinned. Come along, son. And with a pressure on Malfoy's shoulder, he guided the Slytherin across the pavement and up the stairs of Gringotts Bank. As they walked up the wide stone steps, he reread the words he'd read the first time he had ever come to Gringotts. Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed. For those who take, but do not earn, must pay most dearly in their turn. So if you seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours, thief, you have been warned, beware of finding more than treasure there. The words had an entirely different meaning. He remembered someone, Ron, probably, telling him that the goblins had dragons guarding the vaults, and wondered if it was true. You have no idea how used I feel right now, muttered Malfoy, so quietly that Harry nearly didn't hear. Harry dropped his hand from Malfoy's shoulder and replied equally quietly, You aren't being used, Malfoy. If the Lestranges hadn't died, it would be their vault I'd be robbing, or if their things hadn't been left to your family, it would be someone else's. For once, luck was just on my side, and things turned out to be easier than I'd thought. Malfoy gave a harumph. I can't believe we're doing this. No one has ever robbed Gringotts. True, but with any luck, that will all change today. Just remember, if anything goes wrong, we can apparate straight away, using the pendant. We'll be back at Hogwarts in an instant. Out of it for a while maybe, but out of Azkaban, too. This seemed to ease Malfoy's mind a bit, and he stood taller as they entered the bank. Harry made himself stand taller as well, remembering that Lucius Malfoy's posture was very good. It wasn't even 8 yet, and there were few customers. They strode straight to an empty teller. The goblin there looked up from his paperwork as they approached. "Good morning, Mr. Malfoy," he said politely, but Harry could sense a tone of dislike behind the words. "I need to access my vault," stated Harry, trying to sound sharp and demanding. "Do you have your key?" inquired the goblin, following the bank's protocols. He was already standing though, as if all he needed to do was see the key and they'd be off, down to the vault. Harry searched the pockets of his robe, knowing there was no key. He feigned impatience. "For Merlin's, Draco, where is your key?" Malfoy had a discreet, but deadly look on his face as he pulled the chain over his neck and handed Harry his vault key. Harry shoved it at the goblin. "This all seems to be in order," announced the goblin after inspecting it carefully. He seemed slightly suspicious about Harry not having his key, but could do nothing but accept Draco's. "Follow me." The goblin walked around the counter and led them to the carts that took people to their vaults. Harry climbed into the one that the goblin indicated, the cart's metal wheels squeaking against the railway tracks they rode on. Malfoy climbed in after him and they both took a firm hold of the cart's sides. The goblin climbed into the front, pulled up the brake, and they were off. The ride was as wild a thrill as Harry remembered. They sped around corners so fast he was sure they were only going around on 2 wheels. At one point, the walls were so close he couldn't hold onto the sides of the cart, or his fingers would have been caught. They passed through a huge cave with stalactites hanging down from the ceiling and crystal glittering in what little light there was before they entered another passage, where they finally slowed to a halt. Harry remembered the awe he'd felt when he'd first opened his own vault, but it was nothing compared to what he felt when he beheld the sight that greeted them when the Malfoys' vault was opened. They were obscenely wealthy, if the piles and piles of gold and jewels in their vault were anything to go by. Harry did his best to wipe the look of awe of his face. He was fairly certain such awe had probably never shown on Lucius Malfoy's face, at least not at the sight of his own gold. They walked further into the vault, standing in the middle of a bare patch, but surrounded on all sides. A chest full of gemstones rested at Harry's feet, and piles of galleons lined the walls. Statues, jewelry, paintings, carpets, the vault, which was much, much larger than Harry's own, was full of all manner of riches. He couldn't even see all of it, either. Paths wound out of sight behind piles of galleons and around statues, and it was impossible to tell how big the vault actually was. He could see already that it was going to take an age to find Hufflepuff's cup, if it was even in here. He tried not to let the doubt creep in. They would find it. Harry clicked his fingers sharply, twice. Goblin. The goblin, whose name Harry didn't even know, came forward, a sour look on his pointed face. "I would like to see the things that belong to the Lestranges. Where are they? I wish to know what I now own." The goblin eyed him suspiciously and then cast a quick look at the piles of gold. "You don't know what belongs to you and what doesn't." Harry let out an exasperated sigh. "Insufferable," he muttered. "I am a wealthy man, goblin. There are Malfoy family heirlooms in here that I've never even laid eyes on. I simply ask because a list should have been provided with the will." Harry clucked his tongue. Or rather, he clucked Lucius Malfoy's tongue, and was pleased at how impatient it sounded. It seemed a natural gift. He leaned forward, staring down at the goblin. "Would you like to know, goblin, how many things were on that list? I wish to see these things, perhaps arrange for some of them to be sold. You are capable of handling such an arrangement, are you not?" The goblin nodded vigorously. "Of course, for a price, we handle anything." There was silence in the vault for a moment. Harry raised his eyebrows at the goblin. "Well, the Lestrange's items, where are they?" They remain in the Lestrange vault. Harry felt as if he'd been dealt a stunning blow. He couldn't have gotten this far, just to be stopped now. Malfoy must have seen the horror on his face, because he stepped forward and spoke, finally. Well, can you take us there? Of course, replied the goblin, bowing. He turned and headed out of the vault, and when Harry got out, the goblin was already in the cart. If I had known it was the Lestrange's vault you wished to visit, I would have taken you there in the first place. Harry scowled at the goblin, genuinely this time, and climbed into the cart behind Malfoy. They were off again, but their trip this time was short. Once again, they disembarked the cart. It was cold, and Harry wondered how far below the ground they were. He wished he had a cloak with him. He was unsure what was going to happen now. He didn't have a key for the Lestrange's vault, and he was fairly certain Malfoy didn't have one either. As it turned out, luck was on his side. The goblin simply opened the door with Malfoy's key as he had before, and Harry realized the keyhole must have been changed, so that the Malfoys only needed on key, rather than two. Harry gave a sigh of relief as he stepped into the vault, which seemed to be very large as well. It was as cluttered as the Malfoys had been, with an assortment of possessions. Leave us, if you would, said Harry to the goblin, and the creature sent him a foul look before returning to the other vault. Harry checked his watch. It was now 8:05, which meant he had a half-hour left before the potion ran out. The vault door closed behind the goblin, and an unreasonable sense of dread settled over Harry. He heaved a sigh and decided to get to work. The first step, naturally, was for him to perform a summoning charm. He raised his wand. Accio Hufflepuff's cup. He waited a whole minute, but there was not a sound. I guess that didn't work, muttered Malfoy. I guess not. Well, we'd best start looking. Hufflepuff's cup, you say? Asked Malfoy, walking into the vault. He nodded. It occurred to Harry some research would have been beneficial. He had absolutely no idea what the cup looked like. He only hoped it was actually a cup, and not just called a cup, for some silly reason, when it was really more of a bowl, or an urn, or something completely different. What does it look like? Asked Malfoy, as if he'd been reading Harry's mind. Absolutely no idea, muttered Harry, and Lucius Malfoy's voice sounded disgusted. Well, that's a good start, replied Malfoy sarcastically, striding deeper into the vault. Harry started looking, scanning what he could see in front of him. He ignored a bookcase, spared only a glance at a trunk that appeared to be filled with clothes, and didn't even bother with an antique jewelry box. They had little enough time as it was, so he thought it best to only search in places that looked likely. There were more than enough of those. He could hear Malfoy sorting loudly through things, the noises muffled by the towering shelved and assortment of items that stood between them. He passed a large mirror, and forgetting that he was polyjuiced, he jumped when Lucius Malfoy's reflection loomed at him out of the darkness. He jumped backwards, knocking a ceramic bowl to the floor. It shattered loudly into 100 pieces, jarring his already taut nerves. He forced himself to take several deep breaths and continued searching. He'd been riffling through a cupboard when a shout reached his ears. His head shot up, and the call came again. Potter, where are you? I've found something. Malfoy came rushing out from behind a shelf, holding what was most certainly a cup. Harry jumped up and grabbed it off of him, examining it with interest. He wondered if this was it. It was silver and shiny, with engravings around the lip. Could it be? Then he felt a wave of disappointment. He knew it wasn't it. He couldn't feel anything from it, and he was almost certain he should have been able to, if it was a Horcrux. He'd certainly felt something from the locket. He shook his head, and Malfoy's shoulders slumped, before he turned and went back to where he'd been searching. Harry put the cup on a shelf where it was easy to find and followed Malfoy deeper into the vault. He hadn't finished with the area out the front, but it seemed to be common household items there, rather than stored treasures. In this back area, the vault was much like the Malfoys, filled mostly with gold and jewels. He headed for the nearest pile of stuff, and had been searching through it for a solid 5 minutes when the Slytherin spoke. I've already searched that area, he said dully, clearly not thrilled about his current activity. Could have mentioned that earlier, muttered Harry, choosing another section. This one? He asked, pointing towards the area. Malfoy looked over and shook his head, before delving into a trunk that was filled with an odd assortment of items. Why are we searching for this cup anyway? He asked, his voice muffled from speaking into the deep trunk. Harry debated over whether to tell Malfoy, but in the end decided he would. After all, it was pretty clear the Slytherin wasn't in league with Voldemort, and he was helping Harry look. If anything, telling him what it was for would make him move faster. It'll help destroy Voldemort, he told him, and the Slytherin's head shot up, a cloud of dust puffing out of his hair. Really? Harry looked around and nodded. If I don't find this cup, he can't be destroyed. Well, he can, but it'll be a hell of a lot more difficult. Malfoy sped up almost instantly, as Harry had thought he would. He seemed almost excited at the prospect of being able to help destroy Voldemort. Suddenly, Harry felt a tingling in his body, and the beginnings of pain as he began to change back to his own body. He uncapped the second vial of Polyjuice potion, and as he was swallowing it, he realized he had just set a time limit for their search. With the goblin not there, he could have search in his own body, and they could have spent as long as they wanted. Now, they had 1 more hour to get out of the bank completely. The goblin would sound the alarm for sure, if Lucius Malfoy went into his vault, and someone else came out. He began searching even more frantically than he already had been. He abandoned the chest he'd been looking through and turned to the piles of gold and jewels that took up the back half of the vault. To his left, the skin of some big creature hung from the wall, its big leathery wings reaching the floor. One of the wings hung over what appeared to be a real skeleton, in whose hand sat a nice wooden cane, and on whose skull was perched a bejeweled crown. Harry reached out his hand to touch the crown and almost immediately snatched his hand back, sticking the blistering fingers into his mouth. "What's the matter?" called Malfoy, standing up and coming over at Harry's shout. "It burned me," replied Harry pointing to the crown. Only now, there was more than one crown. They were multiplying, falling to the ground with resonating clangs. One of the crowns rolled, brushing Harry's boot, and as it did, it became a whole bunch of rolling crows. "Don't let them touch you," yelled Malfoy, and they both began a hopping sort of dance to avoid the crows. After about half a minute, they all came to a stop, and the vault descended into silence once again. "Well," said Malfoy, "I was wondering when we'd come across something cursed." "Of course, those ones aren't too bad." "Speak for yourself," muttered Harry, inspecting his burned fingers. "Well, it's not like those curse will kill you, is it? I must say, I thought we'd have come across some pretty bad ones by now. It looks like they've only got the gold and such protected though, none of this stuff." "Well, maybe we should only be searching in the gold. I'm pretty sure he'd have the cup protected." Malfoy nodded his agreement, and they began scanning the large piles of gold and jewels, being careful not to touch anything. They searched the piles for about 10 minutes before Malfoy gave a triumphant yell. "It's there. It's up there," he yelled excitedly, pointing his finger towards one of the largest piles. Harry's heart leapt as he followed Malfoy's gaze and he caught sight of another cup. This one was gold though, and in the dim light, Harry could see a badger engraved on the side, half hidden by the way it was turned. He was disappointed that he hadn't been the one to spot it, but he reminded himself that it wasn't a competition. "Good spotting," he said, clapping Malfoy on the shoulder, eyes not leaving the cup. He could feel something, too, as he stared at it, something in it called to him. He leapt forward, going for the cup, but he was yanked back by Malfoy. "The curses, Potter, remember." Harry looked around desperately, and saw the fine, hand-carved wooden cane in the section they'd searched earlier. He grabbed it, and stood as close to the pile as he dared, but even when he strained his body, he couldn't get it close enough to stick through the handle. "We need to get it," said Harry desperately, looking around for something to stand on. They could empty out a chest, but that still might not be tall enough. "How can we get up there?" he asked, wondering if they could drag a statue over and climb up that somehow. Malfoy, however, had other ideas. He gave a smirk and pointed his wand at Harry. "Levicorpus." Harry was hoisted into the air by his ankle. He grabbed at his glass as they tried to slide off, and tried to hold his robe with one hand, so that it didn't fall over his head. Malfoy was grinning at him, levitating him closer to the cup. Snape teach you that? Muttered Harry, recalling that it was one of the curses the potion's master had invented. No, replied Malfoy dryly. The Dark Lord did. Harry frowned, but then noticed that he was now close enough to reach the goblet with the cane. He stuck it out, hooking it through one of the cup's handles. He gave a hiss of victory. Malfoy lowered him down slowly, and Harry kept the cane as still and straight as he could, so that the cup didn't slide down and hit his hand. Malfoy dumped him a little unceremoniously on the floor, but he hadn't been too high up, so it didn't hurt. They both stood staring at the cup for a moment, Harry drawn to it by something he couldn't explain, and Malfoy enthralled by the fact that it could somehow help to defeat Voldemort. We should get out of here, he said breathlessly after a minute. Malfoy nodded. Yeah, before that potion wears off. Harry nodded. He had forgotten that. He checked his watch, and saw that he still had just over half an hour left. Plenty of time to get out, as long as nothing went wrong now. And really, how could it? Harry went back to the trunk with the clothes and dug out some article of clothing, wrapping the cup in it and depositing it safely in his pocket. They departed the vault, to find the goblin waiting impatiently in the cart. Are sirs satisfied with their lengthy visit? Asked the goblin, his tone still sour and slightly sarcastic. Harry gave a smirk as he settled himself into the cart for the ride back up. Very. Malfoy also smirked at the goblin, his eyes alight. The ride back up was as much of a thrill ride as on the way down, but Harry could think of nothing but the Horcrux in his pocket as they reached the landing and got out of the cart. They headed back to the main part of the bank to record what they were taking out. As soon as Harry got back to Hogwarts, he would go straight to Snape, and Snape would destroy the Horcrux, or take it to Dumbledore if he didn't know how. Harry was riding on a tide of happiness as he walked back into the main foyer of the bank, but then he saw something that made him stop dead. The goblin that had been bringing up the rear collided into him with an indignant grunt. Malfoy too knocked against his shoulder as their group came to an abrupt halt. Harry felt his heart plummet, the wave of happiness receding as fast as it had come. There, across the foyer and arguing with a goblin, was Lucius Malfoy himself. The goblin that had been bringing up the rear collided into him with an indignant grunt. Malfoy too knocked against his shoulder as their group came to an abrupt halt. Harry felt his heart plummet, the wave of happiness receding as fast as it had come. There, across the foyer and arguing with a goblin, was Lucius Malfoy himself. As though sensing the cold dread that had rushed through Harry, the bee-owned man looked up, his eyes connecting with Harry's. There was a moment of disbelief, before Lucius' eyes widened and he drew his wand, a snarl forming on his face. Imposters! He shouted, and the group of men around Lucius followed suit, drawing their own wands. The goblins too, realizing that the bank's security had been breached, were drawing their wands, and the heavy doors began to slowly close. Harry heard a thud behind him, and silently thanked Malfoy. He'd stunned the goblin who had been with them. The act seemed to have roused everyone to action though, a crowd of goblins, and the men who Harry was sure were probably Death Eaters, along with some Aurors who had been stationed at the bank for security purposes. Harry supposed that he could fight, but he wasn't willing to risk losing the Horcrux, or revealing that there was in fact only one imposter. Fighting would be silly anyway, they were far outnumbered. There was only one direction they could go, and that was back. A dozen beams of light shot their way, and as Gringotts' doors shut with a resonating, deep clang, Harry flung up the strongest shield he could, even as he spun and grabbed Malfoy's arm, pulling him back towards the tunnels they'd just exited. Malfoy ran ahead as Harry paused for a moment to concentrate on the shield, but once the incoming spells hit, he followed the Slytherin past the carts and down a twisting, turning tunnel that descended quickly into the depths of Gringotts' vault chambers. As they passed the carts, he had the brief thought that they should jump in one, but he had no idea how they worked. Given Gringotts' high security measures, they were probably only drivable by the goblins. Even if they weren't, Harry didn't think he'd like to try it without one of them. The route they'd taken was the same one that they'd taken to get to the Malfoys and the Lestrange's vaults, though Harry hardly recognized any twist and turn, since they'd been traveling so fast before. Harry shot a curse over his shoulder. He could hear footsteps running after them, people shouting out orders. Where Malfoy was going, Harry didn't know. Did he have some plan in coming this way, or was he just running? Just running was Harry's guess. It was all Harry was doing, though he was trying to come up with a plan as they went. Suddenly he remembered the pendant. They'd be unconscious when they arrived at Hogwarts, but at least they'd be safe. Malfoy, he gasped, puffing for breath. The Slytherin didn't hear, so he called louder. Malfoy. The Slytherin slowed, reluctantly stopping. So far, they'd been traveling along the main line, but a track diverged to the right just ahead, and they ducked down that, Harry pulling the pendant from his robes as they went. He grabbed Malfoy's sleeve and tugged so that the Slytherin stopped, and then held out the chain for Malfoy to put it over his head. The owned boy's eyes widened in realization, and he visibly sagged in relief, slipping the chain over his head. Ready? Harry asked, and at Malfoy's nod, Harry closed his eyes and focused on Snape's office. He didn't want to apparate to somewhere in the castle where the Horcrux might be mistaken for just a cup, or where it could be seen by anyone at all, lest they hear about the robbery and put two and two together. He opened his eyes, and it was somewhat of a shock to find themselves still standing in the stone labyrinth. Why aren't you apparating us? Questioned Malfoy, his eyes flicking nervously over Harry's shoulder. They could both hear their pursuers getting closer. It must be the wards, groaned Harry. Its magic must be specific to the Hogwarts wards. Malfoy's eyes widened further. Try it again, he ordered, and Harry did so, knowing the Slytherin was probably desperately visualizing some sort of Hogwarts as well. He cleared his mind of any image in case Malfoy was thinking of a different part of the castle, and it was somehow preventing them from apparating. He didn't think that was the case though, and as his thoughts were interrupted by footsteps not too far down the corridor, Harry realized they had to move. The goblins seemed to be tracking their path. Harry had no idea how, but it was effective. No matter which way they went, the chasers followed. Harry took the chain back and they ran again. He tried to keep track of which way they were going, so they'd know how to get out again, if they ever got the chance, but it was impossible. There were simply too many twists and turns, and each one inevitably took them deeper and deeper into the chasms of the earth beneath the bank. By now, the air was unpleasantly cold and goosebumps rose on Harry's skin. A waterfall appeared on the tracks ahead of them. They slowed, approaching it cautiously. It might just be a waterfall, or it might not. It wasn't going so fast or hard that they couldn't go through it, but Harry was still unsure. As he stood staring dumbly at the waterfall, Malfoy withdrew his wand and muttered some charms, one of which Harry recognized as a spell for detecting curses that they'd learned in defense. After a moment, he shook his head. I can't find anything, but with security as sophisticated as Gringotts, Malfoy trailed off, frowning at the waterfall. They weren't given a choice though, as from around the last bend, a shout was given. Harry threw himself into the frigid water, gasping as his chest tightened at the iciness of it. He struggled through the freezing water, and came out on the other side, quickly joined by Malfoy. At first, he expected to dry within moments, like he did when he went through the waterfall painting, but after a moment of waiting he realized that wasn't going to happen. This cold was worse, deeper, like icy fingers sinking into his skin and taking hold of his bones. Harry was fairly certain it wasn't a normal waterfall now, it just didn't feel right. Still, he couldn't detect any effect except the cold. Perhaps though, in the low temperatures of the tunnels, that would be enough to get them. They'd die of hypothermia, if the goblins and Death Eaters chasing them didn't get them first. Of course, Malfoy wouldn't die. His father wouldn't kill him, and legally, the Slytherin had access to those vaults. Was that enough to get them out of trouble? They started moving again, more slowly though as they tried to get the cold numbness out of their bodies. Suddenly, Malfoy looked at Harry and gave a gasp. What? Asked Harry, wishing their movement would pump more warmth through his limbs. You're you, returned Malfoy, and Harry understood at once. He looked at his hands, seeing the slightly darker skin, the dirty, torn nails. He realized the robe was dragging on the ground now. Lucius Malfoy was several inches taller than him. He pulled his glasses from a pocket, and the world slid back into focus. He looked at his watch as they ran. He'd been sure he'd had more time, and seeing the time, he realized he had. It must have been the waterfall. It had washed away the effects of the potion. Suddenly, From behind them, a ringing sound echoed through the tunnels. They turned back for a small moment. "What is it?" asked Harry, and then grinned weakly at the Slytherin who had asked it at exactly the same time. It wasn't really funny though, and they once again turned and ran. Realizing now that there was not too much point in trying to evade their pursuers by taking twists and turns, they stuck to the tunnel they were in, just moving as fast as they could. Gradually, Harry realized that they were no longer being pursued. The sound of chasing footsteps had stopped about 100 meters back, when that odd whistling sound began. It was still going, too, at odd intervals. It would stop for a few moments, and then start up again. Since they weren't being followed, they drew to a halt, trying to catch their breaths. Harry drew his wand and performed a warming charm on them both, but they were both still wet from the waterfall, and the charm had no effect. The magic simply slid over and off them. Suddenly, from deeper into the caves in the direction they were heading, Harry heard an ominous clanking sound, and as he listened, it grew closer and closer. Harry braced his hands on the wall, turning his head to try and catch the sound better. "Do you hear it?" he asked quietly. "Something's coming." Malfoy listened too, and when the whistling stopped next, the clanking sound grew louder, now sounding a lot closer. "That whistling," whispered Malfoy. "They're calling something something to get us." Harry looked back at Malfoy, fear lighting both their eyes. There was darkness at the end of this tunnel. Wall sconces had been lighting as they'd gone past, but further down the tunnel was pitch black. The clanking sound continued. Clank, 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 slowing, but steadily and surely making its way closer. Suddenly words flashed through Harry's mind. What awaits the sin of greed? And just as suddenly, he knew how they could hide. He pulled Malfoy down the tunnel the way they'd come, just around a bend so that they were out of sight of whatever was coming from the other direction. In this direction, Harry could see very dim light at the next bend, meaning that someone was not too far away, waiting. "No, Potter. Don't you see? They'll be expecting us to go that way, right back to them. They're using that thing to drive us back into whatever trap they've got waiting." "I know, but I think they're going to get something they don't quite expect," said Harry. "Have you heard the rumors that dragons guard the vaults?" Harry nodded down the tunnel. He could well believe it now. Before, it had been an intriguing theory, but now, trapped as they were, the thought was simply scary. "Dragons?" Ned Malfoy, nodding. Yes, he'd heard it too. The whistling sounded again, so close. At the sound, a low, ominous roar came from down the tunnel. "Disillusionment charm," said Harry, taking Hufflepuff's cup from his pocket. Malfoy, his eyes wide, looked at Harry askance. "That's not going to help us get away from a dragon, are them, Potter?" If he didn't know better, from Malfoy's tone, Harry would have almost no doubt that he was an idiot. Harry put the cup on the ground just ahead of where Malfoy was standing, making sure it was completely swaddled in the material so that they couldn't touch it and be burned, or have it multiplied, and then jogged back past Malfoy, about 15 meters. "Where are you?" "Disillusionment charm," repeated Harry over his shoulder. Finding his spot, Harry turned back to Malfoy. He stuck his wand into its holster. Then, he transformed. Malfoy gave a shaky laugh as he beheld Harry in his wyvern form. With his sharper hearing, Harry could hear the dragon coming behind them, and smell it, too. It was very close now, probably only 100 meters away. And ahead of them, whispers reached his ears. They were waiting for the two imposters to be herded back towards them, one goblin commenting that they wouldn't be that stupid, and that they'd try to take another route, and Rigmaruk would get the. Harry took Rigmaruk to be the dragon. "No," said another goblin in a nasty whisper. "They'll be too terrified of the creature. They'll just want to get away from it. They come pleading to us like the pathetic scum they are." He snorted. "Thinking they can steal from goblins. Such arrogance. They'll pay for it, when I get my hands on them." The other goblin chuckled unkindly. "My bet's still on Rigmaruk." Harry heard the clink of galleons changing hands. He gave a quiet hiss, for Malfoy to hurry up. The dragon must have heard the hiss, because he heard it pause, and a feeling of tension crept into the air, as if it sensed danger, realizing there was more than a bank robber there, when the whistle sounded again though it kept coming, a pet trained well. Doing as Harry had said, The Slytherin finally tapped himself over the head once, sharply, with his wand, and Harry watched as he seemed to fade away from the highest hair down to the bottom of his boots. Seconds later, Harry felt two shaky hands on him, one reaching over his back and the other on his neck. The heel of a boot pressed against the spot where his wing joined his body. There was a slightly harder pressure, and then he felt the Slytherin scrambling up and settling between his wings, holding on tightly as he could to Harry's smooth scales. Harry took Hufflepuff's cup in his mouth. There was no way Malfoy could hold it safely, if he was going to stay attached to Harry. He carefully arranged it in his mouth, trying to get it beneath his tongue and out of sight, but held securely, without dislodging the material covering it. He must have succeeded, because though slightly uncomfortable and making him feel like he wanted to swallow, he wasn't being burned, and there were no cups multiplying and spewing forth from his jaws. Finally he started to move, pushing himself along through the tunnel with his hind legs, his scaly body moving smoothly of the ground. They came upon the waiting wizards and goblins quickly, and the silence with which Harry had appeared surprised them, several jumping up out of the formation they'd been arranged in preparation for Harry and Malfoy to head back their way. He gave a hiss, ensuring that he didn't open his mouth too wide that the cup could be seen. "That isn't Rigmaruk," yelled a goblin, and Harry could see the confusion evident on his face. He could smell the fear of some of the men in the tunnels. Seeing their faces clearly, he saw that there were 5 he knew to be Death Eaters, including Lucius Malfoy. There was one he was fairly certain was an Auror, a number of goblins, and 2 random wizards that Harry had no idea about. "Well, how many of the beasts do you have down here?" spat Lucius Malfoy. "Surely it doesn't matter which one. Turn it round and have it hunt down the thieves." "Clankers. Packnab." Another goblin stood, wielding some iron instrument, which he began to bang together. The clanging sound it made rang loudly and almost painfully in Harry's ears. He was sure it probably meant something different to the dragon behind him, judging by the way he could hear it almost whimpering in fear and retreating, but to Harry it was just noise, an annoying noise. He gave another hiss, making his mouth wide as he could and showing his long, sharp fangs. Several men took a step back, and Harry heard several very audible gulps. He darted forward a small bit, and everyone jumped back a bit, even the goblins. "Control it!" screamed Lucius Malfoy, seeming to be more in control than most of the others. He didn't seem afraid, seemed sure that Harry was just another dragon that the goblins could easily handle. The man with the clankers started banging them more loudly, and the resonating clang grated on Harry's ears and nerves. He wanted to be out of here, now. With another great hiss, he pushed himself forward rapidly, advancing on the waiting group. They didn't wait for long. A few spells bounced harmlessly off of Harry, and a few more clangs came from the clankers before they all realized that Harry wasn't going to be the one to retreat. The wizards and goblins turned and fled, disappearing into tunnels off to the side or running ahead and still firing curses back at Harry. They weren't designed to penetrate his tough scales, however, and although 1 or 2 stung a bit, they didn't slow him. A man that Harry recognized as a Death Eater, Travers, was trying to wedge himself into a crack in the wall. Harry pushed past him, hearing a satisfying crunch as the man's legs was squashed between Harry's muscular body and the rock wall. At Travers' scream, Harry felt Malfoy tighten his grip and draw his legs up, well out of the way of the walls. He'd been worried about being able to find the way out, but in his wyvern form, it was easy to follow their scents back through the tunnels. They passed under the waterfall again, and though the water now slid off him, he felt sorry for the Slytherin who got wet all over again. The whistling sound began again behind him. He would have laughed if his reptilian mouth allowed it. As it was, he just hissed at their attempts to call him back. It was good that he was so lithe. He was able to Slytherin through the tunnels, no matter how small they got. His snake-like body could easily squeeze smaller than the width of the carts, and he had no problems maneuvering through the tighter spots. He wasn't sure the dragon could have gotten through some of the narrower tunnels easily. They encountered more goblins and a few more wizards on their way back up to higher ground, more clankers and more ineffective spells. He hissed at one man, who'd been one of the Death Eaters that had run ahead, spraying him with acid. The man screamed, his hands going to his face. The others blocking their way shrank back in terror, and once past them, they met no more resistance. They burst out of the tunnels, Harry knocking aside the carts as he erupted into the foyer. The goblins must have been sure they would catch whoever had dared to break into Gringotts once they had them contained to the tunnels, because the bank had been reopened, and now, a little later in the morning, it was quite busy. There was a stunned silence for about a millisecond, and then people began to scream, scattering towards the walls, some trying to hide behind statues and some trying to climb over the counters to get out of sight. Harry couldn't wait to stretch his wings, after having them tucked over his back as they moved through the tunnels, and the rectangle of light that was the door was their way out. Goblins were rushing about, producing yet more clankers and trying to herd him back into the tunnels, while others tried to close the doors again, which was difficult given that people were pushing to get out. Suddenly, Harry felt a scalding pain in his mouth, and realized the clothing item they'd wrapped the cup in had fallen open. He hissed in pain, but knew he couldn't let go. Copies of the artifact were falling out of his mouth, bouncing on the stone floor. The goblins seemed to realize what this meant, that something was being taken out of the bank by someone who didn't own it. Tens of spells were being sent at him from all sides, and more than one tore through his scales, tough as they were. His mouth was in agony though, he could feel the underside his tongue and bottom of his mouth being scorched. It was almost impossible to keep it stationary, but he couldn't lose his hold on it, or they would never find it among the multitudes of cups clattering onto the floor. His eyes were watering so badly that everything was blurred, so he just headed for the blurry rectangle of light that was their freedom. Harry slithered quickly forward, able to move so much more quickly now that he wasn't hindered by walls. He had no problems getting to the doors, people moved out of his way as fast as they could. He was met by a line of goblins at the door, but when he reared up and they realized that there was nothing they could do, they too moved hurriedly aside. He felt one of Malfoy's hands slip from his back, and he quickly came down, waiting for Malfoy to grab hold again before he started moving once more. He pushed out of the doors, leaving them buckled and hanging from their hinges, but he hardly realized, so glad was he to be outside, finally. He slithered down the steps, relishing the feeling of the breeze on his face. At the base of the step, an area had cleared as the crowd in Diagon Alley saw him and retreated, screaming and running. Harry spread his wings and took off, swapping low over the roofs of Diagon Alley and then higher and higher up into the air. Harry wanted nothing more than to scream in delight and do a few loop-the-loops, but he restrained himself, remembering that there was someone clinging for dear life to the joints where his wings and body met. As he flew, the cool wind soothed his burned and blistered skin somewhat, though it was still burning, and he felt that there was some serious damage there. Cups were still tumbling from his mouth, though he thought the rate at which they were being produced was decreasing. After all, such a charm was unlikely to keep producing copies forever. The magic of the charm would become depleted, eventually. Behind him, whether from delight or fear, Malfoy was swearing at the top of his lungs. He gave the occasional sob, and Harry thought they were probably due more to the fear of his precarious position. They were 1,000 meters up in the air, and nothing was holding Malfoy on except his own tight grip. If he fell, there would be little Harry could do to save him. He wondered how long it would be before Voldemort knew that the Lestrange's vault had been broken into, and how long after that before he knew that his Horcrux had been stolen. Voldemort would know, finally, that someone was hunting his Horcruxes, and it probably wouldn't be long before he connected it to Harry's seemingly harmless forays into his soul. He wondered if Lucius Malfoy knew what his newly acquired vault had held, and how harshly he would be punished. Voldemort would assume that Malfoy had slipped somewhere, let someone attain a hair, or a fingernail clipping for the Polyjuice potion. Maybe he'd even suspect that the final Malfoy had betrayed him. Eventually, he'd probably come to the conclusion that Draco Malfoy had been the culprit, and without the Slytherin to punish, it was likely he'd turn his wand on Lucius Malfoy. Harry felt a stab of guilt for using the man as he had, but it was the price that had needed to be paid to get the Horcrux. He doubted the thought had crossed Draco's mind yet, but when it did he was sure to be worried, and angry at Harry for using him and his family. They'd been flying for about 10 minutes over London when Harry realized that he could no longer feel new burns. Maybe the nerves in his tongue were just dead, cauterized by the heat. The burning the charm had probably worn off though, as the multiplying spell definitely had. There were no longer copies falling from his mouth. He felt a brief stab of fear that he'd dropped the real Horcrux and had a fake in his mouth, but then he realized that he could still feel that comforting, but disturbing draw to the cup, and he relaxed, flying further north. It didn't take too long for them to get out of London, and the grey city gradually opened up into lush green fields and forests. Harry saw a sequence of lakes not too far away, and the thought of cool water in his aching, parched mouth called to him. He changed his direction slightly and headed there, their altitude decreasing gradually as they neared the closest lake. Harry landed rather roughly, Malfoy tumbling forward and over his neck onto the ground. The rough landing jarred him, and he winced in pain, losing a hold of the Horcrux. It dropped forward out of his mouth, but by instinct, and with lightning quick reflexes, Harry snapped out at it, catching it again. He gave a hiss of complete agony as he moved his burned mouth, and due to the pain, he didn't get a proper hold of the cup. His jaw had a lot of power, and he felt as one of his fangs sank into the metal, denting it slightly. All of this happened in about half a second. He gave a start, dropping the Horcrux onto the ground. Something had happened when he had pierced the Horcrux. He watched it, as Malfoy picked himself up off the ground and looked too. Something black was leaking out of the cup, spreading over the surface in black globs, but as it spread, the edges became less solid, breaking up and seeming to become lighter, turned to gas. The gas lifted, and the substance turned into a sort of column in the air, and it became caught in the wind. Harry was sure he heard a faint scream as the black substance tore itself free from the cup, and then it was pulled away. It dissipated, not on the wind, but more like it just faded from existence. Stunned, Harry realized he had just destroyed the Horcrux. He transformed, almost unable to believe the stroke of luck. What the hell was that? Asked Malfoy, looking into the air where the soul fragment had faded. Horcrux, said Harry, then nearly screamed with the pain that spread in his mouth. He continued though, feeling like he should give Malfoy some sort of explanation. Basilisk venom, he gasped. Destroyed a Horcrux once, guess wyvern venom works as well. Horcrux, Malfoy whispered, his eyes growing wide. Harry realized that Malfoy had heard the term before, not surprising given that the Malfoys had a reputation for being knowledgeable in the dark arts. Please tell me we didn't just destroy one of the Dark Lord's Horcruxes, said Malfoy weakly, staring wide-eyed at slightly dented, but otherwise normal Hufflepuff's cup. Harry nodded, trying not to move his tongue even a little bit in his mouth. Malfoy gave a slightly mad-sounding chuckle. We'll be murdered. We'll be murdered. Harry hardly felt the need to point out that both of them were already pretty close to the top of Voldemort's hit list. The Slytherin suddenly seemed to come out of his shocked stupor. I can't believe you led me into that, he stormed. I can't believe I was stupid enough to agree. You didn't even have a real plan, you just completely winged it. You promised me nothing bad would happen. The Slytherin pointed an angry finger at him. Nothing bad did happen, pointed out Harry, even as his tongue, which in its dryness had stuck to the bottom of his mouth, ripped free, sending waves of pain through his mouth. He didn't agree that he'd completely winged it, either. It had taken some planning on his part, even if the hairs and the robe had come about by pure luck due to his snooping. Malfoy glared, but then his face softened into a resigned half-smile and he shook his head. He flopped down on the ground. You're a lucky bastard, Potter. Malfoy glared, but then his face softened into a resigned half-smile and he shook his head. He flopped down on the ground. You're a lucky bastard, Potter. Harry couldn't help but agree at the moment. Though his mouth was killing him and needed some medical attention, he knew they'd been exceedingly lucky to escape Gringotts when the pendant hadn't worked. Everything had gone quite well, in the end. Harry stood, feeling a bit lightheaded. Are you all right? Asked Malfoy, noticing Harry swaying slightly. Harry gestured to his mouth and then pointed to the water, and Malfoy understood immediately. It burned you. Shite. I didn't even think about that when I saw all the copies. Come on. He practically dragged Harry down to the water, and Harry sank down gratefully next to it, opening his mouth as slowly and painlessly as was possible. The water stung, but it was cool, and it made his mouth feel better than without it. It took several deep gulps, wincing as the water slid over his scalded tongue and cheeks, even as he relished the way it soothed the burns. Malfoy pulled him back after a few minutes. Let's get back to Hogwarts. Madame Pomfrey will be able to help you, and I don't like being out in the open like this, after we just broke into Gringotts. Harry agreed. He felt quite exposed for some reason, expecting Death Eaters to pop up around them at any moment. He dangled his hand, which was burned too, in the water for a moment and stood. All of a sudden, pain lanced through his head, and his last thought before his vision shifter and a different scene shimmered into his head was that it had happened faster than he had expected. He was standing in a dimly lit room, a semicircle of nervous wizards arrayed before him. He did not have eyes for them, however. His attention was fixed on the quivering creature at his feet. He lashed out with his wand, flipping the goblin backwards. "What did you say to me?" His voice was high and cold, his anger and fury evident in every hissed syllable. Through all his plans and schemes and worries, he had not seen this coming. Feared it, yes, but never seen it coming. It did not seem possible. The mere thought that anyone could have even found out perplexed him, and he did not like being perplexed. "Say it again," he murmured, the change in his tone jolting the goblin into look up at him for the briefest of instants. The fear and reluctance in the goblin's eyes enraged him. "Say it again," he repeated, yelling now. My lord," stammered the goblin, its black eyes wide with terror. My lord, we tried to saint stop them. I am impostors. My lord broke into the Lestrange's vault. Impostors. What impostors? I thought Gringotts had ways of revealing impostors. Who were they? We don't know yet. They used a polyjuice P potion to disguise themselves as Mr. M. Malfoy and his son. He stopped cold, pausing in his tirade. His son. Why yes, my lord. They even had a key. We wouldn't have even realized they were imposers if Mr. M. Malfoy hadn't been at the bee bank himself. He ran a finger over his lip, thoughtfully, a deadly fear gripping him. And they took? He asked, looming over the terrified goblin. "Aas small golden C cup my lord." The scream of rage, of denial, left him as if it were a stranger. As if he was crazed, frenzied. It could not be true. It was impossible. Nobody had ever known. How was it possible that someone, the Malfoy boy, had discovered his secret? Not even his highest-ranking Death Eaters. The goblin died in a flash of green light. "Lucius," he hissed, so quietly he barely heard himself. But his Death Eaters were holding their breaths, and every one of them heard. His red eyes found the man to his right, the man who, after the betrayal of Snape and the death of Bellatrix, had become his highest-ranking Death Eater. "My lord," he murmured, and the strain in his voice was evident. He waited until Lucius stepped forward, trying to contain the absolute fury. It would not do to unleash his wrath on the man yet. He waited until Lucius fidgeted and came to stand in front of him, his stance cautious. "As it should be. Tell me, Lucius, why is it that your son would wish to steal from the Lestrange vault?" "My son," repeated Lucius. "My lord, it was impostors, surely. Impostors with a key. Perhaps my wife's key," he suggested breathlessly. "Yes, possibly," he conceded. "But I do not believe that, and nor do you. It seems to me, Lucius, that your entire family is betraying me. First your son, then your wife. Do you intend to follow?" His rage was barely being kept at bay now, and he wished to unleash his fury. "No, my lord. Tell me, do you know the significance of what your son has stolen from me?" "And no, my lord." His fury boiled over then. He could not believe that a child had found out his secret, had he felt a cold icy had run down his spine. What of the others? Surely he couldn't know about them all, but he had to check. Now, he felt the need to do it urgently. "Your son will not survive this, Lucius," he hissed. The eyes behind the mask widened. He cursed the man, the jet of red light hitting him squarely in the chest. How dare the man presume to negotiate for his son's life, when the boy had betrayed them? He watched Lucius writhing on the ground, but it wasn't enough. His wand flashed in the light as he sent curse after curse at the Death Eaters in the room. The scattered, as he indiscriminately cursed them with any curse that came to mind. In front of him, Lucius Malfoy crawled to his feet and ran for a door too, and he made sure to hit him with another Crucio on the way out. When the room was silent, he walked amongst those who had received a lethal curse from his wand. His treasures swam in front of his vision. The diary, destroyed by the most pathetic of children, the cup, now stolen. He frowned. Were the two connected? Potter had never known the diary to be a Horcrux, but no. No, he hissed, as realization dawned on him. He recalled the memory he had stolen from the goblin's mind, the great green-winged serpent, a wyvern, rising up from the depths of Gringotts. The same wyvern that inhabited the grounds of Hogwarts, he now realized, it must be. Or, more like, who inhabited the castle itself. And he was willing to bet Gryffindor Tower was the wyvern's more specific address. He shot an incendio at a dead body and it burst into flame. Harry Potter. Harry Potter was behind this, and then, so too was Dumbledore, he was sure of it. He spun, pacing back the other way. The times he had sensed the boy in his mind, in his soul. It took on a whole new meaning, now that he knew it hadn't been an unintentional side effect of their bond. His urgency increased. He had to check them now. Without a second thought, he apparated. Harry forced himself to find his own thoughts through the stream of images, and once he did, he occluded as best as he could, and slowly, he came back to himself, to his own body beside the lake. He was on the ground, staring up at the blue morning sky, and Malfoy was leaning over him, shaking him and calling his name. The pale skin and white owned hair sent shards of guilt spearing through him. He tried to push away the guilt, but it lingered. He seemed to be bad news for the Malfoy family, and Harry vowed to himself there and then that he would do his best to make sure that Lucius Malfoy got out of this all right. He might not like Lucius Malfoy, but he didn't want anyone to suffer because of him, either. Besides that, he owed Malfoy for helping him. He wouldn't have been able to do it without the Slytherin's help. Are you all right? Harry nodded, noticing that Malfoy was tensed, his wand in his hand. Probably not expecting Harry. He groaned as he stood, thinking it would have been nice of Voldemort to harness his feelings just a tad, so Harry could relish his victory for a little while. We need to get you back to the castle, now, said Malfoy, steadying Harry. He made to grab the chain at Harry's neck, but Harry stopped him. Normal apparate, he managed to get out, his burned mouth stinging incredibly. He tasted blood. If they used the pendant, they'd both be out of it, and wanted to be awake to take the Horcrux to Snape. Malfoy nodded unsurely, but then said, I'll do it. You don't look like you'd manage. Malfoy stepped closer and took Harry's arm. Together they turned, and Malfoy sighed along apparated him back to Hogwarts. They appeared outside the gate, and walked inside. Within the wards, Harry immediately felt safer, and he felt his whole body relax slightly. The vision and Voldemort's anger had hurt him though, and his vision was slightly blurry from the pain. Malfoy kept up a stream of observations and comments on the walk up to the castle, for which Harry was grateful. It took his mind off of the pain. Did you see the look on all those people's faces when we came out of the bank? Chuckled Malfoy as they walked into the entrance hall. Harry couldn't help but grin, even though it hurt terrible to do so. At remembering their escape, and the destroyed Horcrux, he couldn't help but feel exultant. Walking into the hall, they came face to face with the Gryffindor Quidditch team, on their way out to the pitch for practice. Harry. Ron's eyes slid from Harry to Malfoy, his eyes narrowing. It looked more than a little confused too, by the grins on both their faces. So did the rest of the team. Weasley, responded Malfoy carelessly, despite Ron not having addressed him at all. Ron gave a brief scowl and addressed Harry again. Why are you with him? Are you coming to Quidditch? Potter here is on his way to the hospital wing. Ron looked at Harry in concern, and seeing nothing wrong, rounded on the Slytherin. What did you do, Malfoy? Malfoy raised a slender eyebrow. Not a thing, Weasley. Harry waved his hand toward the door, trying to tell the team to go ahead and he'd join them later. I believe that means, stand aside and let us through, supplied Malfoy. Harry scowled at Malfoy and then shook his head at Ron. Why can't you talk? Asked one of this other team members. Malfoy gave a dramatic sigh. That's the reason he's on his way to the hospital wing, Gryffindors. If you'd stop questioning us we could get there. Potter could get himself fixed, and down to the pitch. Harry nodded to his teammates and, mumbling, With Ron still scowling at the Slytherin, they shuffled out the doors. Weasley really is a bigot, isn't he? Commented Malfoy as they continued up to the hospital wing. No worse than you've ever been. I mean, the only reason he has to hate me anymore is that I'm in Slytherin. Yeah, anymore. What? No arguments. I'm glad you agree now. I knew you'd come around eventually. Harry gave the Slytherin a pointed glare, but Malfoy was equally pointedly not looking at him, the corners of his lips twitching. Smug, smirking prat. Malfoy kept up a stream of inane comments and observations as they made their way up to the hospital wing, most of which were designed to annoy Harry while he couldn't talk back. As they got closer though, Harry hardly cared. He was shaky after the vision, and the pain in his scar from Voldemort's anger made him feel like being sick. Who was first? Asked Madame Pomfrey, looking them both over with a practiced medical eye when she came out of her office at the sound of their footsteps. It's just Potter, replied Malfoy. I'm fine. The matron sighed. Of course it's just Mr. Potter. What seems to be the problem this time? She asked, a displeased look on her face at seeing him again. She ushered Harry over to a bed. He's got burns in his mouth, explained Malfoy. Madame Pomfrey raised her eyebrows. Too bad for him to talk. Malfoy simply nodded. Very well. Open up Mr. Potter, and I'll see what I can do, she said, going to the medicine cabinet and coming back with a burn paste. Harry wasn't sure such things could be ingested, but he supposed she wouldn't bring it over if it was that bad for him. Harry waited until she got back and then painfully, so that his eyes watered, opened his mouth. He could feel dried out cracks, which had started to heal over, crack, and the tang of blood touched his tongue again. Madame Pomfrey gasped. How on earth did this happen? She asked, appalled. Malfoy shrugged. He didn't blow on his tea before he drank it. Madame Pomfrey ignored the ridiculous comment, but Harry appreciated the humor. Anything to take his mind off the pain was fine by him. Madame Pomfrey handed him a pain relief potion. Drink this first. I won't lie. It's going to sting going down, but it should work quickly, and you'll feel much better. She was right. It was almost unbearable for Harry to tip it into his mouth. It seared his tongue, the potion running over the scalded and sensitive flesh of his mouth, but almost as soon as he swallowed it, the pain began to diminish. Madame Pomfrey reached for the burn paste again, which she'd placed on the table beside his bed. I'm afraid you're going to have to be a bit careful here, Harry. This potion will sting as well, but you really need to make sure you keep it in your mouth. You also need to try not to swallow it. While it isn't terribly toxic, it will make you feel quite ill for a while if you do swallow any. She uncapped it and poured some of the gluggy burn paste into a beaker. She added water from the tap, and began to mix it so that it had the consistency of a pulpy pumpkin juice. I'd wager it isn't going to taste too nice, either, but there really isn't any burn paste designed for this sort of use. Can't taste any worse than any other potion, said Malfoy. He took the beaker and tipped a small amount into his mouth, wincing as it ran over his tongue. It stung, worse than the pain relief potion had, and he was glad that the pain was dulled, because he didn't think he'd be able to keep it in otherwise. Malfoy was wrong, too. It was about the worst potion Harry had ever tasted, and he had to fight not to gag. Try to swish it around your mouth. Make sure you let it run over all the burned areas. I want you to do that for 5 minutes, and then spit it out. Remember not to swallow any. You'll need to repeat that until you've used up the entire potion in this beaker. Harry eyed it. With the water added, there was quite a bit there, and with the small mouthful he had taken, it would take at least 40 minutes to get through it all. He'd been in here for longer stints though, so 40 minutes probably wasn't too bad. He gave a sigh through his nose, tentatively swishing the potion around his mouth. It hurt like hell. Malfoy had taken a seat on the next bed over, and Harry waved his hand towards the door, telling the Slytherin he could go. Malfoy gave an exaggerated sigh of relief and hopped off the bed. Thank Merlin you aren't making me wait. Well, thanks for the eventful morning, Potter. With a brilliant grin, Malfoy left, leaving the infirmary quiet. Silently, Harry finished the vial off and, with only a dull ache in his scar now, headed out to the Quidditch pitch. The next morning there was a very satisfying article in the Daily Prophet. Imposters steal from Gringotts. Harry read through the article, which was full of speculation, with little real fact. The only thing that was a firm fact was that Gringotts had been robbed, specifically a vault belonging to the Malfoys. The rest was guesses and questions. Who had broken in? What had they stolen? Why? How had security failed? How had a dragon managed to escape? To follow up, it said that an investigation was being held, and that dragon hunters had been hired to chase down the renegade dragon. Harry allowed himself a hidden grin. Good luck with that. There was a good photo of him, bursting out of Gringotts' large front doors, his leathery wings spread for flight and his teeth bared. Malfoy was barely visible on Harry's back, just hands gripping on for dear life, and a tuft of owned hair sticking up over Harry's wing. Crowds outside the bank were scattering in pure terror, their shopping bags forgotten on the ground as they ran for cover. As Harry flapped his wings though, Malfoy's face was revealed. Harry frowned. He was sure Malfoy had cast a disillusionment charm on himself. Almost at the same time though, he remembered how they had gone back through the waterfall on their way out. He grimaced at the small flaw in their plan, but there was nothing to be done about it now. Hopefully, anyone at the bank who considered the situation would simply assume the imposter had had another dose of polyjuice potion on them. The hall was abuzz with the article. People were even standing up to look at Malfoy, who was trying to look inconspicuous as he ate his breakfast. As much as he might like attention, the Slytherin was also smart enough to know when to avoid it. Despite the article being quite adamant that they'd been imposters, most of the school probably believed that it had been Malfoy anyway. The fact that he'd escaped on a wyvern which just happened to be the same kind of animal that lived around Hogwarts was far too much of a coincidence to ignore. Still, an investigation would take time. At least, Harry hoped it would. "I'll bet you anything that that is Malfoy," whispered Hermione suddenly, leaning in. "Not an imposter. And that means the wyvern is a student." "Do you think it's another Slytherin?" asked Harry, trying to act like Hermione's comment was some kind of revelation. Ron looked sour at the thought. A thoughtful look came over Hermione's face. "Well, I don't know. It could be. It makes sense. Malfoy really only has friends in Slytherin." Here, Ron narrowed his eyes at Harry. "But a student willing to steal from the Lestrange's vault, well, it just doesn't seem like something a Slytherin would do." "Malfoy's a Slytherin," replied Harry. "They tossed ideas about for a while, until they got ridiculous." After breakfast, Harry headed down to the dungeons. It was Sunday morning, and most people were outside enjoying the sunshine. Snape, he was sure, would be marking essays or making potions in his office. Harry patted the cup in his pocket. He was a little apprehensive about facing Snape with the cup, but at the same time, the thought that another Horcrux was destroyed put a bounce in his step. Upon reaching the potion master's office, Harry knocked and waited, then entered at Snape's call. Snape was labeling vials, but as soon as he looked up to see who had entered, and realized it was Harry, he straightened and crossed his arms, his activity forgotten. His face held no expression. At once, Harry knew that he knew. He cast about for some words, unsure how to begin. "Well?" asked Snape in a quiet, but deadly voice, obviously impatient. "I broke into Gringotts and stole Hufflepuff's cup from the Lestrange's vault," blurted Harry. It seemed as good a way to start as any, out with the truth, before he could decide against it. Snape's nostrils flared. "I see," he replied, a deadly sarcastic edge in his voice. "I wasn't going to keep this one from you," defended Harry immediately, knowing that that was what Snape thought he'd done. "But you did," said Snape, thumping the desk with a closed fist. "After you promised you would not lie to me any longer. You told me not to lie about anything phytolemancy related, and is not a Horcrux phytolemancy related." Harry crossed his arms woodenly. He hadn't really thought about it like that. "I didn't want to say I was going to get it and get people's hopes up, just to fail. That much was true. It seemed better to do something, and then tell people, rather than suggest an idea and have it not succeed, or have it shot down before he could even attempt it. He knew if he'd mentioned such a thing to the Order, they never would have allowed it. They wouldn't have let him go, they wouldn't have trusted Malfoy, they would have wanted every Order member stationed at the bank in case anything went wrong, and that would have looked suspicious. "So you risked your life, and my godson's life so that you might not disappoint me," hissed Snape. Harry had no answer for that. He'd been fairly confident in his plan, but when Snape said it like that, it made Harry feel more than a little silly. He focused on other issue. "I was going to bring it straight to you to destroy, once I had it, but I accidentally destroyed it on my own." Accidentally. Harry nodded. "Yes, ACC. Wyvern's venom, perhaps," hissed Snape, and Harry felt his eyebrows go up. "Do you think me a complete dunderhead?" questioned Snape. "I can put two and two together, Potter. I should have done so before now." Snape seemed highly annoyed with himself that he hadn't. Things were probably suddenly making sense to him, like the creature he'd seen when he'd visited the McKenna's farm. "Of course I don't," muttered Harry, wishing Snape wouldn't get so angry. He tried to head off any retort Snape might make. "At any rate, I've brought it for you to make sure it's definitely destroyed." Harry pulled at Hufflepuff's cup from his pocket and placed it quickly on the desk in front of the potion's master. "Mendacious brat," muttered Snape as he picked up and turned Hufflepuff's cup over in his hands, but Harry wasn't sure what he was referring to, specifically. Harry thought he was just being general, and it wasn't an angry or malicious comment, just one delivered in a completely even, observational mutter. He breathed a sigh of relief. After a minute, the potion's master placed it on the desk and began to perform a range of spells on it. Several minutes after that, he gave a grunt of satisfaction and a nod. It was definitely destroyed. "This is just a cup." Snape sat, pushing the cup across the desk to Harry. Harry returned it to his pocket, unsure what he was supposed to do with it now. It hadn't belonged to the Malfoys, so he didn't feel he should return it to them, and he was even less inclined to return it to Voldemort. Still, just keeping it seemed weird, given that it was the relic of a school founder. "How long have you and Draco been friends for?" asked Snape quietly, leaning back just slightly on the legs of his chair. Harry shrugged. He supposed he had to admit now that they were friends, but he wasn't quite sure how long they'd been at that stage. They'd variously enjoyed each other's company, argued, and helped each other with homework like friends did since Harry had shown the Slytherin the chamber, so one could argue that they'd been friends since then. In the beginning, though, there had still been animosity, and some of that animosity really hadn't completely faded until after the trial, yet Harry would say they'd been friends before then. Somewhere along the way they'd become friends, he just wasn't quite sure where. "I'm not really sure, sir. A while, I guess. It was a little complicated. We started going down to the chamber together early in 6th year, but I wouldn't say we were friends exactly. And so the basilisk ingredients that Draco gave to me, were they from you?" "Well, not from me, exactly. He asked if he could have some. I told him he didn't have to ask, but. So the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets is still intact." Harry nodded. "There's some sort of charm on it that stopped the body rotting. Do you want some more? I mean, there's a whole basilisk down there. You'd never run out." "I would," said Snape slowly, as if thinking about the possibilities. "Such items are well worth the cost." Harry waved his hand. "I don't want you to pay me, Professor. Not after everything you've done to help me." Snape frowned, ignoring the second part. "Potter, you can't simply give me such ingredients. Have you not seen how much they sell for in the apothecaries?" Harry tried very hard not to roll his eyes. "I've already argued about this with Malfoy, sir. You can accept it as thanks for everything you've helped me with." Before Snape could reply, Harry looked at his watch and made an excuse to leave. He went back up to the common room, where he added his name to the list of people going to Hogsmeade the next weekend. He was looking forward to it. Now, as with the destruction of that Horcrux, he felt a bit like he could relax. He'd been thinking about slipping away for a while to see Aislinn. He didn't intend to talk to her, as he wouldn't be able to explain why he was there, just to watch her for a while. After scrawling his name on the parchment, Harry left again. The room was empty, so he assumed Ron and Hermione were outside somewhere. He found them quickly, sitting in the sun near the lake. Hermione smiled as he sat down next to them, waving away an insect that was harassing her, but Ron launched straight into a question. "How come you were hanging around with Malfoy yesterday, Harry?" Harry sighed. though he was surprised it had taken this long for Ron to ask the question. We're friends, Ron, he replied, deciding he may as well get the truth out of the way to begin with. Ron's mouth opened and closed like a goldfish's. Friends, Harry, you can't be serious. I think he is, Ron, said Hermione, looking at Harry curiously. Yes, I am, he agreed, crossing his arms and standing his ground. We've been friends for a while now. Why didn't you tell us? Because I knew you'd act like this, he replied, gesturing to Ron's defensive gestures and expressions. It's exactly the same way you reacted when you found out I was hanging out with him during holidays in 6th year, and I wasn't even friends with him then. So you've been friends with him since then? Asked Hermione, slight disbelief in her voice that he'd kept it from them. More or less, yes. But why? Because he didn't care that I was a Parselmouth. Even you two did, but he just accepted it, thought it was impressive, even. Well, he's a Slytherin, isn't he? Of course he thinks being able to talk to snakes is cool, snapped Ron. Friends are supposed to accept things about each other, and you guys didn't. We do now. We always did, really, Harry, said Hermione. We just didn't think you should use it like you were. But, well, we don't have a problem with that anymore. Like you told us then, you shouldn't have to hide who you are, especially from your friends. Exactly, and Malfoy accepted it without me having to say anything. He didn't have a problem with me using it, either. It was a relief not to have to justify myself to someone. I'm not saying we didn't have arguments about things. Obviously we did, but he always gave it to me straight. He was someone I could talk to without worrying that he'd lie to me because he didn't want to hurt me, or thought I couldn't handle the truth. Even if I didn't like what he said, he always told me what he believed to be the truth, even if he did insult or offend or upset me doing it. Why would he say something to make you feel bad? That's not what friends are supposed to do. Because that's how he is. At first we weren't friends, and so he didn't care if anything he said upset me, but I think in the end it was more about him sticking to his beliefs than anything. He doesn't believe in sugar-coating things. He thinks if people can't handle the truth, then it's a problem they need to deal with. I needed someone like that, rather than people like Dumbledore, who strung me along. Ron deflated slightly. So what? Me and Hermione have been bad friends, or something. Because I know I've never tried to insult or offend or upset you. Harry shook his head. Of course you're not bad friends, Ron. You're my best friends. Malfoy's just a different kind of friend, and he's really helped me this last year. I've been able to talk to him about things that maybe I should have talked to you guys about, but didn't because I felt like you wouldn't understand. You don't trust us anymore? Asked Hermione quietly. I know we did things wrong as well, but I thought you believed we were sorry about that. I do. I know I haven't been the greatest friend this year or the last either, and I'm sorry for that. But I do trust you both, more than anyone. There are more things I need to tell you as well, but not today. He was thinking of the Horcruxes, mostly, and the Phytolemoncy. Ron and Hermione were his best friends, and all this time he'd been telling them to be honest with him, he hadn't been doing the same. He didn't want to be a hypocrite, so he was going to tell them. And some of the reason I told things to Malfoy was, at first, I didn't care if I offended him, either, and truthfully, some of the things I said probably would have worried or offended you guys more, and I didn't want to do that. I realize now I should have told you, too, despite that, but, Harry shrugged, and then continued. He understood some things, probably better than you two would have. I didn't want someone just to sympathize, I wanted someone who understood. Malfoy knew what it was like to have his path laid out for him, just like I did. It took a while, but eventually I convinced him that he didn't have to follow that path if he didn't want to. I think, in a way, when I was trying to convince him of things, I was trying to convince myself, as well, like that things didn't have to be how Dumbledore said. They sat in silence for a minute once Harry had finished. I don't understand it, but fine, said Ron quietly. If you want to be friends with the Prat, Ron shrugged. Ron, he isn't a bad person. You can't still believe he's a Death Eater. No, I don't, but whatever, it's your choice. I can accept he's not Death Eater scum, but he's still scum. Harry threw his hands up in the air. So what? You hate him for no reason now. Ron rounded on Harry, his voice getting loud again. No, not for no reason. I hate him because his family has always looked down on my family, Harry. That's what it's about. Harry raised his eyebrows. That wasn't something he'd been expecting. He'd been expecting something trivial from Ron, and the thought made him feel suddenly ashamed. Ron had grown up a lot in the last year, ever since they'd had the big argument, really. Harry felt, for a second, that maybe of the two of them, Ron was the more mature one. Do you remember when we were in the bookshop, before second year, and Lucius Malfoy insulted my father in front of us, in front of everyone? My family is one of the oldest pureblood families, and when a Malfoy, who puts more stock in blood purity than anyone, looks down on us regardless of that, it's even more insulting. He's publicly humiliated my family on more than one occasion, but that's not what I care about the most. Remember the diary he gave to Ginny? He disregards us so completely that he's willing to endanger our lives. We're purebloods, and he'd do that. How much must he hate us? And for what pathetic reasons? We aren't rich. We don't mind muggles. Harry just stared at Ron, and Hermione was doing the same, both of them more than surprised. I'm pretty sure he wouldn't have done that if he'd known it was a hork what it would do, said Harry weakly, after a moment. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Hermione's head snap around to him, and he cursed himself for the slip of the tongue. I'm just making the point, Harry, that those are the little things that you've seen. There are a lot more, and it's been going on since before I even met you. You don't understand. Harry tried not to be offended by that. I might not have his money and his fame, but I've got enough pride in my own family and myself that I'm not going to jump on the bandwagon of sudden admirers. I'm not saying you need to do that, argued Harry. Just give him a chance. Do you think I don't know that he's smug and arrogant and thinks he's better than everybody else? Because I do. But he's also helped me, and he's been a good friend to me. Ron sighed and held up his hands. I don't want to argue about it anymore, all right. He crossed his arms and flopped onto his back. I'll try to see it your way, but unless he starts treating me better than dirt on his shoe, don't get your hopes up. Hermione took Ron's hand, smiling at him proudly. You're better than them, Ron. Neither of us expects you to be friends with Malfoy, just like that. We both know you'll be fair though. And I think Harry's right, about him not being such a bad person, I mean. Lately, he's been a lot nicer to me. Earlier in the year, when we were working on head boy and girl duties together, he'd be curt and rude to me, always sneering. Ron's mouth hardened into a tight line. But since his trial, he's been completely different. He's polite, and more considerate. Sometimes he's even friendly. Really? Asked Ron, sounding puzzled. The news was interesting to Harry, too. Yes, and I think maybe the reason he isn't the same to you, well, maybe it's because you act the same way to him as he does to you. Ron looked about to make a retort, but Hermione continued quickly. And from what you've said, I understand why you treat him like that, I really do. But maybe all it would take for him to treat you the way he's been treating you is for you to treat him like you don't hate him. I meant what I said before, you're better than the Malfoys. I don't think he'd be willing to take that first step, but I think you could, if you wanted to. Ron was silent for a long while. I'll think about it, he muttered finally. Harry grinned at Hermione, and she smiled back. He waved away an annoying bug that was buzzing around his ear, and then cast a repelling charm when it buzzed over to Ron. The bug disappeared. Harry let out a long breath, hoping that what he said now wouldn't reignite any argument. Seeing as we're on the topic of Malfoy, and I told you I was going to tell you about the things I've been keeping from you, well, I removed Malfoy's mark. Quote. Ron blinked and then yelled, what? He sprung up into a sitting position again. I removed it, just before his trial. So he was a Death Eater. Harry nodded. I knew it, sputtered Ron, enraged again. Hermione looked stunned. You removed it. How? That's what I did for my charms project. Hermione's face lit up. Oh, Harry, that's fantastic. Fantastic, repeated Ron, flabbergasted. A Death Eater got away, and you say it's fantastic. Don't you see though, Ron? Malfoy betrayed Voldemort. If I hadn't removed his mark, Thorn would have sent someone who was now on our side to Azkaban, and I'll bet you anything Voldemort would eventually have had Malfoy killed. He still wants him dead. For a moment, Ron looked like he'd have no problem with that. Probably would even help Voldemort. But then he shook his head again, rubbing his eyes tiredly. This is too much to think about. I can't believe it. How are you going to show it to people though? Asked Hermione. Once people hear about it, they might be able to question Malfoy again. If they can prove that he did have the mark, he could still go to Azkaban, especially with Thorn as minister. Harry frowned. It was something he hadn't even thought of, though he suspected he probably would have, eventually. I don't know. I'll figure something out. He gave a wry grin. If it comes down to it, it won't be the first time I've failed a subject. Now that he'd confessed to Ron and Hermione that he and Malfoy were friends, he felt as though a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders, and he realized that that had been the only thing really stopping him from letting other people know. When they walked into lunch together on Monday, chatting amiably, people looked amazed. They broke apart and walked to their own tables. Harry was bombarded with questions, and he happily explained to anyone who asked that they were friends. The fact that Malfoy was friends with Harry seemed to increase people's respect for him. Well, everyone's except for the Slytherins. Harry could tell when Voldemort found out about it, because the waves of hatred he felt when he looked in the mirror and when he looked at Malfoy intensified. After a few days, the happiness at destroying the Horcrux evaporated and he was perpetually in a bad mood. The only positive things he could find were that Voldemort hadn't attempted to possess him again, and that as the week wore on, he was getting closer and closer to seeing Aislinn. They were halfway to Hogsmeade the next Saturday when Harry saw Malfoy walking hand in hand with Astoria up ahead of them. He stared for a moment, unable to believe Malfoy had left the castle when Voldemort was after him. He ignored the part of his mind that said he was doing exactly the same. I'll be back in a minute, said Harry to his dorm mates, and he speed up to catch the Slytherin. Hello Potter, said Malfoy when Harry appeared beside him. Astoria leaned forward and gave Harry a smile. He hadn't ever talked to her before, and the smile surprised him. It wasn't often Slytherins smiled at him. Potter, this is Astoria, my girlfriend. Astoria, this is Potter Harry. She smiled again and he reached out his hand to shake hers. Nice to meet you, he said. You too. Can I talk to you for a minute? Harry asked Malfoy. Of course, said the Slytherin, his tone suggesting that whatever Harry had to say, he could say it in front of Astoria. Harry sighed. Are you insane? Why are you leaving the castle? The same reason as you, Potter, to go to Hogsmeade. Do you really think it's safe? Don't you remember that Voldemort is after you? Apart from the fact that it's obvious, I told you that, and you know how I know. He ignored Astoria's curious look. Look, it's not that I don't believe you, all right. But I'm meeting my father. He can't come to the castle because he can't be seen meeting with me, so we'll meet in secret in Hogsmeade. Are you sure meeting your father is a good idea? My father won't betray me, even to the Dark Lord, replied Malfoy, looking angry and offended at the suggestion. I don't think you have any idea how angry Voldemort is at you. He's certain it was you who stole the Horcrux, and he wants you dead even more now. Malfoy's face paled slightly. I know better than you'd imagine, Potter. Thank you for your warning, but I'm still going. Anyway, Snape's coming along as well, to make sure I'm okay. I'm a little worried about that, actually. My father and he have barely spoken in an age. Harry sighed, thinking that Malfoy was really worrying about the wrong things. Anyway, if you think Voldemort's going to try something, shouldn't you be warning the Aurors, instead of me? Suppose, mumbled Harry, though he didn't have any proof that Voldemort had anything planned. It was just a worry that was niggling at him. Besides, there were a large number of teachers and Aurors with them, more than Harry had ever seen accompanying them to Hogsmeade. Even a few Order members who were neither Auror nor teacher were there, and he overheard Tonks telling someone that they'd be meeting others there. He wondered if they suspected something was going to happen, or if they were just being cautious because he and Malfoy were both going, and both targets. Malfoy had said Snape was going as well, and that would give Voldemort another target out in the open, without the protection of Hogwarts' walls. Harry rejoined his dorm mates just as they reached the village. I'll meet you two at the Three Broomsticks at 12. They all nodded, and dispersed in groups, Ron and Hermione going in one direction, Lavender and Parvati and Seamus in another, and Dean and Neville heading straight to Honeyduke's. Harry slipped into a shop, and once among the shelves, he threw his invisibility cloak on. He made his way out of the shop and down Hogsmeade streets until he came to a quiet one, where he apparated. He was in the park across from Aislin's school, and in 5 minutes, he'd crossed the road and was in the hallway of her dormitory building, standing outside the door. It was quiet at the school, and he'd seen a lot of students leaving through the gates as he'd approached. He pressed his ear against the door, but couldn't hear anything. Turning the door slowly, he eased open the door and stepped into the room. The first thing he noticed was Aislinn still asleep in her bed. He was surprised to see her still sleeping, and wondered if she was sick, or just tired. She was curled on her side, facing the wall, wearing nothing but a big t-shirt. Harry sat on the edge of the bed and leaned over her, slowly leaning one hand on the mattress so as not to wake her. Her face was peaceful in sleep, her breaths deep and slow and even. Moving even slower, Harry climbed onto the bed beside her. He lay behind Aislinn and curled himself around her, one arm tucked behind his head and the other hanging over her waist. He pressed himself against her back, nuzzling into her hair until his nose met the warm skin of her neck. For a while he stayed like that, just breathing in the familiar scent of her soap and loving how good it felt to be close to her again. He lay still for a long while, measuring his breathing to hers and making sure he hadn't disturbed her sleep. Eventually, he adjusted his position, leaning over her more. He raised his hand off the bed, running it along the hem of her t-shirt, that sat halfway down her thigh. Harry's hand inched under it, one finger traveling lightly over her skin and dipping into her belly button. His hand traveled over her smooth skin, gliding over the white material of her knickers and down her thigh, then back up to her hip. She sighed in her sleep, a satisfied, content sigh. He splayed his hand over her warm stomach and drew it slowly upward, pressing key S against the side of her neck. He froze when his hand brushed against the underside of her B-east and she moved slightly. Aislinn's back arched the tiniest bit, pressing her harder against his hardness. Harry groaned into her ear. He wanted to possess her body so badly he could barely stand it, and he wondered what she would say if he woke her up now, how he would explain what he was doing here. He withdrew his hand from underneath her clothes and ran a finger lightly over her bottom lip, wishing he could key her without waking her, but with her back pressed against his front, it was too awkward to reach. Harry rested his head on his arm again, just listening to her breathe. He was in a bit of a daze, on the verge of drifting off, when Aislinn mumbled something and rolled over in his arms, her eyes fluttering open. Harry caught a glint of her blue irises as he rolled off the bed, donning his invisibility cloak over himself in a second. Aislinn blinked slowly and propped herself up on her elbows, looking around the room with a small frown. She looked down, and Harry followed her gaze to the obvious dent where he'd been curled against her. Slowly, her hand went to the dent, her frown deepening, perhaps as she felt the warmth from his body, because she moved her hand to the edge of the bed and then back again, as if checking the difference in temperature. After a moment's though, and another glance around the room, she leaned back again. Briefly, she closed her eyes and ran her hand lightly over her stomach, tracing the path his hand had taken, her head tilting back slightly and revealing the pale skin of her neck. He heard her whisper, though the only reason he discerned the word was because her lips moved in the shape of his name. The action was innocent and vulnerable and sensual all at the same time, and it made Harry's breath catch in his throat. It lasted only a moment though, before her hand dropped. With a small sigh, she opened her eyes and got out of bed, walking to her desk and grabbing her brush. She passed so close to Harry that the cloak rippled around his body. He watched as she brushed her hair up into a ponytail, and as she placed the brush back on the desk, her hand paused slightly, and he suspected her eye had been caught by the photo of the two of them that sat next to where she placed the brush. Aislinn sat in the chair at her desk and pulled out a pen, pulling a notepad closer. From where he was standing, he could see the words she was writing, and he realized it was a letter to him. With a flash of guilt, he remembered that he hadn't returned her letter yet. It had been sitting on his bedside table for ages now. He'd been meaning to reply to it, but had kept putting it off until he'd felt in a good mood, a concept which had been getting rarer and rarer as Voldemort's personality leached into Harry's, and as Voldemort himself started to take advantage of their bond. Harry frowned, tilting his head to the side. At the thought of Voldemort, some small part of his mind had flared for a moment, and then died again, and he was left with a distinct feeling of unease. He had the fleeting, terrifying thought that Voldemort was about to attempt another possession, and he was turned and out the door in an instant. Once in the hallway he forgot about being silent, and he half walked, half jogged from the dormitory building. The uneasy feeling grew until Harry began to run, desperate to get as far away as possible as quickly as possible. It didn't feel like possession now, but it definitely felt to Harry like something was wrong. The only thing was it him that felt something was wrong, or was it Voldemort? As soon as he made it to the park across from the school, he ran into a stand of trees and apparated to Hogsmeade, appearing with a crack outside Honeydukes. He saw a few people in surprise, but apparition was normal in the wizarding world, and it took only moments for those who had been surprised to get over it and go back to what they'd been doing. At first, he thought all was well. Students and residents of Hogsmeade were going about their business, shopping, eating, talking and laughing. Suddenly though, he heard a scream from somewhere, and pain cleaved his head. Voldemort was close. It had taken him so by surprise that he let some control of his shield slip, and his vision wavered. For a moment, he was no longer standing on the road outside Honeydukes. Instead, he was in another part of the village. He could tell that, because the same sounds were in his ears, though they sounded more distant. Where exactly he was though, he wasn't sure, because his vision was taken up by a window, the view inside the room of tables and chairs. There were few customers, but the only reason he was staring in this particular window was for the particular customers that were there. One, he didn't recognize, but it was the other two he wanted. Dead. Today. He raised his wand, and murmured, Morsmord, and a giant green skull erupted from the end of his wand. He waited for the first shrieks, watched as the three figures in the window registered them and glanced out the window. They all stood, fear and shock written on their faces as they drew their wands. Two ran outside, telling the third to stay, but he ignored and followed them into the street. At his signal, hanging in the sky, his followers apparated into the village, and he let his concealing charm drop. He raised his wand and the followers surrounding him did the same. The three men were trapped. Harry pushed the vision back. Not only were Death Eaters surrounding Snape and Malfoy, and who Harry presumed was Lucius Malfoy in disguise, but they were apparating into other parts of the village too. Students and residents of Hogsmeade were drawing their wands instinctively drawing together to defend themselves. Harry ran into an alley and transformed. The invisibility cloak was a complex magical artifact though, and like a wand, could not be transfigured or take part in the animagus transformation like normal clothes could. As he grew, more and more of his body was revealed, until he shook it off his head and it fell to the ground, revealing his entire body. He emerged from the alley, immediately knocking a Death Eater into the side of a building with the force of his body. The Death Eater hit hard enough to be knocked out, his body falling limply to the ground. People recognized him, and he saw hope bloom on their faces. They knew he was on their side. He knocked several more Death Eaters aside. They hadn't been expecting him, and his sudden presence had them off guard. Harry was too big to easily maneuver in the street though, so he took to the air and flew down the street, hissing acid at Death Eaters. It was difficult. He had to aim carefully to avoid hitting students, and that meant he had to fly close to the ground, which was awkward, as he had to try hard not to hit buildings with his wings. Still, for the moment it was effective. His tactic didn't last long though. As it turned out, Hermione wasn't the only one that suspected the wyvern was an animagus. There was a shout, and a spell hit him. For the briefest moment he was unworried. Spells barely penetrated his scales. But then a blue glow surrounded him and he felt his body beginning to change. Suddenly Harry was catapulting through the air, returned to his human form by the spell that had hit him, the same spell that Sirius and Remus had used on Pettigrew in Harry's third year. Without wings to provide lift, his path of flight quickly became a parabolic arc and the ground began to approach at a rapid speed. He tried to transform, but the lingering effects of the spell prevented a transformation, and he realized with a thrill of fear that he was headed for impact with a very solid patch of earth. The only thing that saved him was that he'd been swooping low when the spell hit, and he'd only been about 8 meters above the ground. As it was, the collision knocked him out. The pain radiating through his arm and other parts of his body woke him, and it couldn't have been too much later, perhaps only seconds. No one was approaching him yet, too busy engaged in duels to break away. Somewhere in the crowds though was the Death Eater who had shot the spell at him, and they'd probably be coming. He turned his attention to his arm, which was the main source of concern. He felt a wave of dizziness as he saw the condition it was in. It was his wand arm, and he must have put it out to try and block his fall, because the bones in his forearm had snapped. One was sticking clear out of the skin, the jagged tip coated in blood. The other end of it hadn't broken the skin, but it was sticking into it and creating a lump where there shouldn't be one. Both of his elbows and the shoulder of his right arm were pulsing, a slow drumbeat of agony spreading through them. He tried to move his fingers, but they only twitched, and even that was agony. He nearly passed out, and he felt as if he were going into shock, but he forced himself to his knees. Distantly, he heard someone call his name, and he turned to see Hermione gazing at him in shock. Their gazes locked for a moment, before she had to throw up a shield for a spell that soared towards her. At the same time, he saw a Death Eater striding through the battlers, and he knew it was the man who had transformed him. Desperately, Harry tried to get his wand, which was in its holster, strapped to his left arm. His destroyed right arm refused to move. Belatedly, he realized that not only was his arm running with blood, the chest of his robes was ripped and the skin beneath was torn and bleeding. As he realized, the wounds flared to life, stinging in the air. He looked in front of him on the ground and realized he had landed on a bottle and crushed it beneath himself. He looked toward the Death Eater again and saw the man raising his wand, saw the man realize who Harry was. Harry had been able to perform a wandless shield for a long time now, but he'd always used 2 arms to do it. He didn't know if he'd be able to do it with one. As the Death Eater's spell shot towards him, he raised his arm and copied the wand movement as best he could with his left arm, shouting the incantation. It didn't work, but even as he realized it, a shield bloomed in front of him. A figure stepped between him and the Death Eater. "Ron," gasped Harry, as the redhead began to duel the Death Eater, protecting Harry. Harry swayed, feeling increasingly weak. He looked back down at the ground in front of him again, and seeing the glass, an idea bloomed in his mind. He leaned forward, getting closer to the glass. When he could see his reflection in one tiny little shard, he focused, trying to push any pain he felt beneath his shields. Wishing again that he could reach his wand, he focused on his reflection and whispered an incantation. Legilimens. He was propelled into his own mind, and once there he didn't stop. He traveled deeper, calling forth the mirror and stepping into his soul. He didn't hesitate as he approached the Horcrux, and pushed through the pain that swelled when he moved into it. The bridge was almost impossible to cross. It was twisting and heaving, knocking him off his feet again and again. Please let Ron look after me, he thought desperately as he stumbled off the bridge and into the soul that inhabited Voldemort's body. Voldemort was focused on the battle. He was too busy sending off curses to register Harry's presence, trampling through his soul. Harry felt indignant rage at Voldemort's cowardice. There was some protective bubble around him, and any spells that made it past the Death Eaters did not penetrate it. Harry let the anger wash over him, not trying to hide it. He wasn't trying to be subtle, not today. Apart from the fact that he was in too much pain to bother, he wanted Voldemort to know he was there. As he had with Nagini, Harry pushed through Voldemort's soul, seeking the here and now. With Voldemort so focused on fighting, he didn't realize Harry was even there until Harry took control of his senses. He felt Voldemort's blind outrage that he'd so audaciously possessed Lord Voldemort. Almost instantly, Voldemort regained control of his body, but the short seconds had been enough for Harry to see where Voldemort was. He was outside the Hog's Head, and the battle there was as intense as the one where Harry's body was. Voldemort was standing, sending off spells almost casually while his Death Eaters twirled around him, defending him while he merely watched the battle taking place. Snape and the two Malfoys were still standing, and they'd been joined by the bartender of the Hog's Head, as well as students who must have been in the area. Protected as he was, Harry felt Voldemort make the decision to pursue Harry. The Dark Wizard retreated to his own mind, far more easily than Harry had ever been able to. He wasn't even looking in a mirror. Their conscious minds met and they battled. Harry knew he was wasting time battling here though, this wasn't what he wanted. He turned and ran. As he did so, he thought himself invisible. He threw his wand to the side. It wasn't his real wand, just the mental representation of it. He willed it to change its shape, and it did so, forming into an image of himself. This bit of consciousness was not one of love like the ones he'd made before had been. This one was based in his fighting spirit, and he made it visible. Voldemort took the bait, and started dueling the representation, not realizing that Harry was on his way back to his own soul. Harry had never run faster, never felt more frustrated as the heaving bridge tripped him again and again. Finally though, he made it back. He hoped he wasn't too late, but he could somehow tell that a part of him was still fighting. Suddenly though, he felt a shock of realization. Not his own, but Voldemort's. There was a mental snarl of rage as Voldemort realized he'd been tricked. He made his way out of his soul, and just as he started moving through the layers of his consciousness, he felt Voldemort reach Harry's soul. Harry came back to his body and found he was still there, staring down at the green shard of the glass bottle. At least 10 minutes must have passed, but Ron was still there, still defending Harry, and he'd been joined by Hermione and Ginny and Neville now as well. He could see other of his friends and members of the DA as well, along with students he didn't really know, all battling Death Eaters. On the ground he saw black cloaked figures lying still, but he also saw figures wearing school robes. Wiping a trail of blood from his lower lip, Harry forced back the wave of pain that threatened to make him sick, and pushed himself unsteadily to his feet, knowing that he had only seconds. He apparated and appeared outside the Hog's Head, and there was Voldemort just meters in front of him, staring off blankly into space. The only thing saving him from being cursed were the Death Eaters twirling around him, sending curse back at the Aurors and few students who were up this end of the village. Harry knew there wasn't much time before Voldemort realized what Harry's plan had been. He felt Voldemort realize it, read it in Harry's thoughts. He felt him making a decision. Possess Harry or go back and defend his own body, and Harry felt his presence retreating. Too quickly, the presence was gone, and Harry knew Voldemort had stepped into the Horcrux that occupied Harry's body and soul. He had to hurry. Nobody had time to redirect their wands at Harry. He'd appeared so suddenly, and with a plan already in his mind. His wand was already raised, a curse already on his lips before the Death Eaters even realized that someone had apparated inside their protective circle around their lord. Harry slashed his left hand through the air, yelling a curse he had only used once before. Sectum Sempra. It was such a simply wand movement that, unlike the shield spell, it worked. Deep slash marks appeared on Voldemort's body, one diagonally across his face, one across his throat, and the other tearing the neck of his robes and the flesh beneath. Voldemort's body staggered, falling to its knees as blood seeped from the wound on his face, ran from the one on his chest, and spurted from the one across his throat. It took seconds, and the lifeless body fell to the ground, face down on the gravelly road. With no consciousness in the body, the bit of soul in it was lost, another fragment now banished to whatever hell awaited Voldemort. Harry felt it depart, or maybe he felt Voldemort feel it, because there was a brief tear and ache inside himself, and then it was gone, and a blinding rage replaced it. The battle seemed to freeze for an instant as all heads turned toward Harry's enraged shriek. He cut off the scream as soon as he realized he was doing it. Harry dropped to his knees as he realized that he'd killed Voldemort's body, but he knew it wasn't over yet. He looked up, and his eyes locked with Snape's. "He's coming," he gasped. He hadn't been able to stop Voldemort on his own the first time this had happened, and he couldn't do it now. He felt blinding pain. In his head, in his broken arm, in his very soul. Snape was too far away to have possibly heard him, but even so, Harry knew he understood, because he plunged towards Harry. Some Death Eaters began to fight again, a few apparated away. "Fight!" yelled Harry. "Stay and fight!" The voice was his, but the tone, and the order in it was recognized by everyone. He felt himself stand, felt his nostrils flare, felt his arm cross to his broken one and hover over it. He felt his lips move, heard his voice speak a healing charm, felt the bones in his arm moving and snapping and sliding and crunching back into their proper arrangement. The arm still pained him, but he could operate it now, and his wand was slid from its holster. He raised his eyes to the onlookers, and saw friends step back with a gasp, whispers of, his eyes, reaching Harry's ears. Harry clawed for control, trying to push Voldemort aside, but the dark wizard's shields, his mental control was stronger than Harry's. Suddenly, he sensed something he'd never felt before, the tingle of magic, speeding towards him. Harry's body spun, a shield charm coming up in front of him to meet the spell. The battle erupted around them again. His body twirled and spun with unmatched expertise. The curse from his wand cut people down, left and right as he cut a path through those who stood in his way. Harry saw Voldemort's target. Malfoy was dueling a Death Eater in the middle of the street. A chuckle passed his lips as Voldemort observed Malfoy's inexperience against the Death Eater. For the most part, he was holding his own, but blood was leaking from a gash in his side, and he had the look of someone tiring. He approached, and saw the boy's eyes widen in fear. A person he didn't know, the one who'd been sitting with Snape and the boy in the pub, jumped in front of Malfoy, and he suddenly realized who it was. Lucius, he hissed. He pushed aside the Death Eater that was dueling the boy. Yaxley, take Lucius, but do not kill him. He faced Draco Malfoy, and raised his wand. The first curse left a shining cut from the boy's eye down to his chin. They dueled for a minute, and then he felt a wash of magic zooming towards him from behind. He spun, a shield charm already forming. Snape was there, and there was fear in his eyes. A cruel smile twisted Harry's lips. Today you die, said his mouth, his voice cold, certain. They began to duel. Harry had always been a good duelist, but he was awed by Voldemort's prowess. His body seemed less suited to it, but that could simply be because he wasn't used to Harry's body. He had things that Harry had never had though, experience, and greater knowledge. Voldemort may not have dueled Snape much, but he'd seen Snape duel, and he knew how he did it. He seemed to anticipate Snape's every move, and even if he miscalculated some spell, his sense of the magic was amazingly efficient. He seemed to be able to feel the spell coming, and not just Snape's spells, either. All around him, he could sense the magic in the air, rushing in every direction. Snape was a formidable opponent. He dueled with evident skill, his movements smooth and dexterous. None of his spells went astray, and Harry could feel that the shield charms Voldemort threw up were the strongest he could manage. Fight, Potter, snarled Snape, dodging a killing curse and sending back a stupefy. Fight, damn it. Harry realized Snape was trying to spare him. If Harry's body was killed now, Voldemort would truly be dead. They were both in agony and Voldemort's strength and concentration was failing. Soon, he would have to retreat to the Horcrux. Snape started sending stronger, more damaging curses, and Harry felt Voldemort struggling to produce stronger shields, the effort weakening him faster. Harry could barely think straight, but he forced himself to push against Voldemort's shields. He thought about nothing else but that. Love caused Voldemort even more pain, so Harry attacked his shields with memories, memories of his friends, memories of his parents, memories of that very morning as he'd held Aislinn, and afterwards when she'd spoken his name. There was a snapping sensation, and Harry was through, pushing Voldemort aside. His arm had been raised, an incantation for a protega passing his lips. Harry clamped them shut and let his arm drop. Snape's eyes widened as he realized Harry had gained control, had allowed the spell to hit him. It hurt. It had been a strong spell designed to weaken Voldemort, and it threw Harry to the ground. Harry felt his arm shatter again. Voldemort was no healer, and whatever he'd done had only been temporary. He screamed. Voldemort had rallied already, and Harry felt him barreling forward to take control again. Harry pushed back, his vision now one in the setting of his mind. Suddenly Snape was there too, both of them dueling Voldemort. Both their strength was waning. Neither of them could be in the other's soul or mind for too long, and Harry felt when Voldemort recognized the need to retreat. Harry slumped, knowing Snape could drive him out alone now. Gradually, the evil presence receded, and then was gone. Harry started back to his body, but Snape was there in the next instant. Not yet. We must destroy the Horcrux. His body is dead. Potter, if we do this, if we break the link, he is dead. Harry felt a moment of dread. That had been his plan, when he'd lured Voldemort into his mind and jeweled. The idea that it might suddenly work, it seemed impossible. He was almost afraid to try, out of fear of failing. Snape was dragging him, deeper and deeper, and suddenly they were in the golden light of Harry's soul. As soon as they reached it, Snape cast a Patronus and sent it towards the Horcrux. As soon as the silvery dough entered the blackness, the tentacles that anchored it to Harry's soul began to writhe, faster and faster. Wait! Yelled Harry. What? Cast your Patronus. We must not give the Dark Lord time to recover. We must not let him get back to your soul. Some of me is in there, whispered Harry. He'd left that small part of his consciousness in there to distract Voldemort while he'd escaped back to his own body. I had to make a representation to fight him, to trick him. It's still in there. How much? Asked Snape, and Harry realized he was weighing the risk. Harry felt a wave of anger, more Voldemort's than his own, and he shouldn't have let it through, but he did. That's some of me, he yelled, shoving Snape hard. He desperately wanted it back, and he was in so much pain that no one was going to reason with him. He'd already lost some of his compassion, he knew that. The thread that had been tugged from the jumper had been small, but it had been something that, when destroyed by Voldemort, had left a hole in Harry. He could feel how the representation he'd left strengthened their bond, could feel that it was still there. Just let me get it, he said, his tone begging Snape to wait. I don't want to lose any more. Snape paused, his face drained of all color. Finally, he gave a jerky nod, and Harry walked towards the Horcrux. He didn't know if he could do this, didn't know if he'd last long enough to find the bit of consciousness and return, but he had to try. Snape grabbed his arm though. Try calling it. It's part of you. If you made it do something before, make it come to you now. Harry nodded. He could feel the strengthened link and he focused on it, willing it to come back to him. He wasn't sure, but he thought he felt it acquiesce. After all, it was just him. He wasn't telling someone else to do something, just himself. He knew it was coming. Snape called his Patronus back and it cantered around them. Harry felt when the representation crossed the bridge, because the connection between himself and Voldemort dimmed. Harry imagined the representation to be on a broom. He didn't know if it was even still in the form of him, but if it was, it would take too long for it to cross the bridge. With a broom, the heaving bridge wouldn't slow it down at all. He cursed himself for never having thought of it before. Harry realized there were tears running down his face. He could barely think, and what little of him could was focused on that bit of consciousness. When the link strengthened again, he knew the representation was in the Horcrux in Harry's soul. He willed it to be invisible, so Voldemort didn't see it, but he should have done it sooner. He felt it halt, felt himself grow scared. No, he whispered. Keep coming, keep coming. But suddenly it was gone. He couldn't feel it anymore, and the last thing he felt before it disappeared was a vindictive flash of victory that wasn't his own. No, no, yelled Harry. Snape's wand flicked immediately, and the dough ran into the Horcrux, which one again began to writhe, so desperate to escape the love and happiness contained in the Patronus that it was pulling itself away from Harry's soul. Cast your Patronus, Potter. I can't, he sobbed, and then yelled, I can't. Snape snarled and spun, muttering, but Harry couldn't tell what he was saying. Then, he noticed representations surrounding him and Snape. Hagrid appeared first, then Ron, Hermione. A Dumbledore appeared, and a Cedric, his parents. Another Snape appeared, though it looked more calm and collected than the real Snape. Snape grabbed Harry and jerked him around to look him in the eyes. He released the bruising grip he had on one of Harry's shoulders and gestured to all the representations. Look at all these people, Potter. These are the people who made you who you are. These are the people you're fighting for. Cast your Patronus. Snape was angry, exasperated and unable to understand why Harry couldn't do it. Because I can do it, thought Harry. He sought out one particular representation, sure that there must be one of her. Aislinn had had such a profound effect on him. There must be a representation of her here. She came forward, walking between a Neville and a Luna. She smiled at him. Harry raised his wand, and yelled, Expecto Patronum. His voice was choked with a sob, but it didn't matter. The stag erupted from the end of his wand and galloped to the Horcrux, jumping into it. With 2 Patroni, the tentacles began to writhe even faster, almost too fast to follow. Moving so fast, they could not re-establish their grip once it was ripped away. There was fear and doubt and anger and pain radiating through Harry. Some was his own and some was Voldemort's. A realization of his sudden mortality washed over him as Voldemort began to understand what was happening. As soon as he realized, Harry felt him coming. Voldemort stepped into Harry's soul, despite the pain it caused him, despite how weak it made him. Snape whipped his wand before Voldemort could act, and the wizard went sailing back into the Horcrux. The whole Horcrux was twisting now, flexing in a way that told Harry there was little holding it there. Harry fell to his knees, overcome by the pain. He felt like his whole body was on fire, every cell burning. He willed himself to hold on to consciousness just a bit longer. They were so close to destroying Voldemort forever. Voldemort tried again, and Harry felt his terror at the thought of death reflected on his white, snake-like face. Harry moved his representations forward, and they crowded around Voldemort. He loved all these people, in some way. Hagrid was his first friend, Ron his best. He loved the small memories he had of his parents, and he loved Aislinn. Then there were the smaller ones, but they were no less significant. He loved Luna's quirkiness, he loved Ginny like a sister, and Fred and George like brothers. He loved Neville's bumbling kindness and subtle bravery. At his thought, the representations crowded around the Horcrux, barring Voldemort from entering Harry's soul. He tried to push past them, but when he touched them he recoiled as if burned, shrieking in pain and anger and frustration and fear. Snape's spells kept him back too, but they were hardly needed now. There is a sudden cold wind, and Harry caught whispers as the Horcrux broke away completely along one edge. Then another gave way. He'd never felt a greater fear in his life than Voldemort felt now, in the face of his death. The edges that had broken away started to recede, as if being beeped into the rest of the Horcrux. The roiling blackness was shrinking, and Harry tried to stay awake to watch it go. All the edges seemed to be free now, and it was shrinking inwards from every jagged, tentacle side. It pulled into itself, getting smaller and smaller. At the same time it seemed to be fading, becoming less substantial. Harry held his breath as it did so, held his breath until there were spots dancing in front of his eyes. Finally, with an agonized scream that made Harry feel so completely hopeless, the Horcrux disappeared entirely. All that was left was the golden light of Harry's own soul. He had never thought it dark before, but when the Horcrux dissolved, the light was suddenly overwhelming. Harry finally took a breath, and realized that even breathing hurt, pulling at the cuts on his chest. Too fatigued, too riddled with pain to stand, Harry collapsed onto his front and let himself go. When Harry woke there was not a trace of pain anywhere in his body. His head was blessedly free of any ache, absolutely and completely in a way it hadn't been since he'd begun learning phytolymmancy. He ran a hand over his chest and felt only smooth skin, and his arms seemed completely healed. He sat up slowly, raised his hand at his face and ran a finger over the jagged scar on his forehead, amazed by the feeling of nothingness that he felt. It was like there was a brick wall in his mind. A pathway that had been there before was now blocked off, and though he knew it was a good thing, it had been with him so long that now it felt like there was a part missing, and it left a hollowness in the pit of his stomach. The hospital wing was fuller than Harry had ever seen it. Every bed was occupied, and it seemed that there were more beds than usual. There was only just enough space between each bed for people to walk. Before, there'd been a meter of space between them all. The occupants of the beds on both sides of Harry were sleeping peacefully. He'd been sitting for 10 minutes, content just to wait, before Madame noticed he was up and came over to fuss over him, a proud smile on her face. "Wonderful to see you awake at last, Mr. Potter. We're all extremely proud of you," she gushed as she bent his elbow and wrist to test out the range of movement. "I must say though, We were beginning to worry that you would wake up these past few days. Wait, I've been in here a few days. But I wasn't even injured badly. You simply wouldn't wake up, and we couldn't ascertain why. Professors Dumbledore and Snape have been by several times to perform their own little tests, but they couldn't find anything wrong, either. You seem fine, so perhaps you were simply exhausted and using the time to recuperate. That said, your arm is all fixed up and I've healed all the other cuts and bruises you acquired. Harry nodded, unable to remember anything from the time he'd passed out in Hogsmeade to waking up just now. Was it even possible to sleep that long? They'll be coming by again today, I'm sure. In fact, I might pop through the flow and let the headmaster know. I could just go up to see him when I leave, suggested Harry. I'd prefer to keep you here, just in case the reason we couldn't wake you up is something serious that we haven't caught yet. If you're still awake and alert tomorrow, I'll declare you fit to leave. Madame Pomfrey patted him on the cheek and bustled away to assist another student. Harry sighed and leaned back against his pillows. He was already bored and he'd only been left to his own devices less than a minute. He was starting to drum his fingers when Ron and Hermione walked in the door of the hospital wing. Harry's face split into a grin. They looked surprised to see him awake, but both smiled widely when they saw him. They squeezed between his bed and the next, Ron thumping him on the back in greeting and Hermione launching herself into his arms. We were so worried, Harry. Harry patted her back. Don't worry, Hermione. I'm absolutely fine. What's that? He asked, nodding at the newspaper that Hermione was trying to conceal behind her back as she pulled back. Oh, nothing. Tell us how you feel, she said, sitting down on the edge of his bed. Hermione, sighed Harry. Why are you trying to hide it from me? Oh, I'm not, it's just today's newspaper, she replied. Can I see? Are you sure? If you aren't feeling well, it might just upset why. Just give him the paper. My own, said Ron, snatching it out of her hand and rolling his eyes as he handed it to Harry. Harry shook the paper to straighten it out so he could read the front cover. His curiosity quickly turned to anger at Rita Skeeter's words. Celebrations continue after the defeat of He Who Must Not Be Named this past weekend. Not only is the Dark Wizard's death celebrated, so too is the life of Harry Potter, boy who lived to save us all. But this reporter worries, is Harry Potter really our hero, or someone to be feared? Yes, he defeated the Dark Wizard who has terrorized the lives of multiple generations of witches and wizards, but how did he accomplish it at such a young age? A conversation overheard between Harry Potter and his friends may shed some light on how you know who was finally defeated. In the conversation, Potter admitted to knowledge of Horcruxes, a magic so dark that most wizards and witches never hear it at all. For those of you who have never deigned to touch such magic, a Horcrux binds one's soul to an object through the act of murder, making it impossible for them to die while the Horcrux exists. The further Harry got through article, the worse his anger grew. While Potter, possibly with the help of a vigilante group called the Order of the Phoenix, may have managed to destroy these Horcruxes, this reporter wonders where a student learned of such dark magic, and how said student managed to overcome it. This comment came from Minister for Magic, Septimus Thorne. Obviously questions will be asked. There's no reason why a 17-year-old school student, boy who lived or not, should have anything to do with that particular branch of magic. While he is to be commended on the part he had to play in you-know-who's defeat, he isn't exempt from the laws which dictate what sort of magic may and may not be practiced in our schools and communities. This sort of fair and equal treatment for all is what marks Thorne as the minister of a new era. Such an equitable, efficient and knowledgeable minister is exactly what the wizarding world needs right now, for while he who must not be named may be gone, many of his supporters are still at large. A number of his followers were apprehended after the Battle of Hogsmeade, but most escaped capture. The minister has already personally organized a task force dedicated to tracking down and apprehending the remaining Death Eaters. Harry gave up on the article, throwing it into his lap in disgust. It went on for another half a page, probably extolling Thorne's many virtues and condemning anyone else. This is a joke. I can't believe Thorne is still minister. He spat. We couldn't believe it either, but no one saw his face when they were fighting, and as he wasn't captured, the only way he'll be found out as a Death Eater is if someone accuses him. Well, why haven't people The order knew he was dirty. Why haven't they said anything? Well, of course people have made the allegation, but Thorn has done such a good job of covering his tracks so far that no one believes them. Plus, no one's been able to publicly accuse him. It's really just a rumor, because he's enforcing an old rule the ministry has about vigilante groups being illegal. If anyone from the order were to show proof, they'd be accused of trying to do things on their own. What about the Death Eaters who were captured in the battle? Thorn seems to be cutting their losses. Anyone found dressed as a Death Eater in Hogsmeade is being sentenced to the key. At least, that's what Kingsley told us. There haven't actually been any trials yet, and they may not start for a month or so yet. The ministry is in a bit of an uproar and that all needs to be sorted out first. The thing is, we can't see how Thorn can hold the usual trials. Thorn is the first person any Death Eater trying to avoid the key will point their finger at. It isn't just that Thorn is protecting himself, either. He's protecting other Death Eaters that weren't captured. By running things his way, he'll be ensuring that no one else is named, except I suppose, unless he wants them to be. So basically, Thorn is killing anyone who might be able to speak out against him, stated Harry, jaw clenched in anger. Hermione nodded. All the Death Eaters that were captured in Hogsmeade are being sentenced to the key. Which is really quite terrible. Obviously a lot of them were there by choice, but of course there's the people who were blackmailed into it, and I dare say there may even have been some under the Imperius curse. Those are the people more likely to have gotten caught, really. People who were blackmailed would have been fighting half-heartedly, and people under the Imperius curse, if there were any, might have been struggling against it. That would have impaired their ability to duel. Those people are also the ones more likely to speak out against Thorn, or any other uncaptured Death Eaters that they know of. But how can we even tell between them? Asked Ron. I mean, if someone asks them if they were blackmailed or cursed, they'll jump at the chance to say they were, if they think it means they avoid the key. Or Azkaban. Veritaserum. Suggested Harry. Hermione shook her head. How can Thorn administer Veritaserum? Anyone who knew he was a Death Eater would be able to say it, and everyone would have to accept they're telling the truth. According to Kingsley, Thorn is using the excuse that Veritaserum defeats a person's free will, so it isn't going to be used. As if Thorn gives a toss about someone's free will, Harry spluttered. But even if it was used, the trials are to be closed, again according to Kingsley. If only ministry members are going to be there, then chances are that all the Death Eaters in the ministry will be wanting to protect themselves as much as Thorn. The Wizengamot has people on it who aren't Death Eaters. Dumbledore, for one, and Madame Bones. There are others, too. They won't let anything unjust happen, surely. It's majority rules when it comes to the Wizengamot, Harry. If more than half are Death Eaters, which there's a good chance of, then what can they do? Harry slumped back against his pillows, the fight going out of him. He'd done his part. Why did things have to still be so complicated? He looked back down at the article, incensed by the injustice of it all. This article reads like Thorn is some noble hero. Hermione gave a hum of agreement. He's fashioning himself as the leader of the ministry that brought about the downfall of the Dark Lord. As if that's not a clue, spat Harry. Only Death Eaters call him that. Well, it was a reference made by the prophet first, and, well, it's catchy. So Spattergroit. Harry snorted at Ron's comment. Just then, lurid colors moving to Harry's right caught his eye. Dumbledore had entered the hospital wing, dressed in brightly colored robes and a Snape accessory, and Madame Pomfrey was pointing Harry out to them. Ron sighed. I guess that means we have to go. I suppose so, grumbled Harry, annoyed at Dumbledore and Snape's timing. Mum and Dad are coming by to see you sometime as well. Probably today, since someone will tell them you're awake now. Thanks, Ron. I'll see you guys later. Madame Pomfrey said I can get out tomorrow. Ron gave a sigh of relief. Good. Don't forget we have the Quidditch game this weekend. You've missed a practice while you were out of it, so we need you at the next one. Harry grinned when Hermione punched Ron in the arm, scowling at him as they left. They were quickly replaced by Dumbledore and his twinkling blue eyes and Snape with his black decor. Sorry to interrupt your conversation, but we heard you were awake and hastened at once to see you. Dumbledore gave a grandfatherly smile. We are all so very proud of you, Harry. Thank you, sir. You have overcome such great obstacles, Harry. You should be proud of yourself. I am aware of the method you used to defeat Tom, and I must say, I am impressed. I couldn't have done it without Professor Snape, sir. He's the one who showed it to me, and taught me how to do it. Ah, yes, Professor Snape. Another of whom I am exceedingly proud. You have both done well. Snape shifted, looking uncomfortable with the praise, and Dumbledore gave him a grandfatherly look, which seemed to annoy Snape. I am immensely glad, unspeakable glad, that Professor Snape was able to come up with an alternative to my rather ill-conceived plan. I had searched many books of ancient magic trying to find my own alternative, and failing. I was convinced my way was the only way. Dumbledore shook his head sadly. Forgive an old man for being set in his ways. I sometimes forget that the things I know are not the only things to be known. Harry shook his head. I couldn't have done it without you, either, Professor. I think if I'd had to destroy all the Horcruxes the way I did, I would have given up or gone crazy. Dumbledore smiled widely. Well, let us be thankful that you did not. Snape cut in quickly, as soon as Dumbledore had finished the sentence. How do you feel, Potter? Dumbledore chuckled, though his expression turned more serious. Of course, that is the most important question. I feel fine, completely fine. That wasn't exactly true, but they were referring to him feeling any pain, or link to Voldemort, and there was none of that anymore. Snape nodded slowly. We were unable to wake you for the past few days. Both of us performed legilimency on you while you slept, but could find nothing wrong. You may also be relieved to know that there is no sign of the Horcrux in your soul any longer, though I suspect you will already know that. Harry nodded. I can tell that it's gone. He frowned. I think that's the only thing that feels wrong. I feel like part of me is missing now. Dumbledore and Snape exchanged a troubled glance, and Harry wished that he hadn't said anything. The thing to remember is that part of you is not missing. It is the Dark Lord's presence which is gone from your being. You will get used to it. I suppose, muttered Harry, feeling suddenly like being done with the conversation. I'm quite tired. I think I might try to get some sleep. It was a weak excuse, since he'd apparently been sleeping for days, but whether they believed him or just realized that he didn't want to talk anymore, they left. He received a lot more visitors that day, for which he was glad. Apart from being boring, being on his own made him contemplate the changes he could feel in himself, and that was something he didn't want to do. Molly and Arthur Weasley dropped by, a visit that Harry enjoyed. A large number of Gryffindors, including Professor McGonagall, and a few people that he knew from other houses, dropped by to say hello as well. Despite the battle in Hogsmeade, the final game for the Quidditch Cup went ahead the following Saturday. It was Gryffindor versus Slytherin, and they were all gathered on the pitch in front of a full stadium. The captains shook hands, and all of them took to the air. Harry flew straight up, higher than the other players, shooting a grin at Malfoy, who had done the same. He shot off to the opposite end, and then began a slow, loose figure of 8 pattern over the pitch as he searched for the snitch. Harry's thoughts drifted as he swerved lazily, one eye looking out for bludgers and the other for the snitch. He felt good today, but the sense of something missing never seemed to leave him. He knew it was a good thing, but it just didn't feel like it. It was like he'd had a companion, a cruel and sadistic one, certainly, his entire life, and now that companion was gone. He pushed the thoughts away. They did nothing for his concentration on the game. Half an hour into the game, he looked to the scoreboard and found that the scores were even. The whole time, one team had been pulling ahead and then the other, back and forward the entire time. Now, Slytherin had just scored to draw even with Gryffindor at 80 all. Harry's eyes scanned the pitch ahead of him as he came around the goalposts at one end and started back towards the other. He paused as a golden glint caught his eye. The snitch hovered near the ground, about 10 meters out from the goalposts and towards the left side of the pitch. Harry was very high up in the air, and the snitch was very close to the ground. He watched it dart a meter to the left and took his eyes off it for a brief moment to see what Malfoy was doing. His breath caught as he saw that Malfoy was looking at the snitch as well, and then Malfoy did exactly as Harry had done, looking up to see what the opposing seeker was doing. He caught Harry's eye and for a split second they both paused, each knowing that the other had seen the snitch. At the same time, they broke eye contact and angled their brooms downward. Harry descended into a steep dive, his speed insanely fast. He barely noticed the commentators' excited commentary, or the people in the stands coming to their feet, their boisterous screams. The other players had paused to watch the chase as well, the quaffle hanging forgotten in a Slytherin player's hands. Harry urged his broom faster, his vision taken up by the snitch as it rapidly approached. He couldn't take his eyes off of it now, but as he got closer he could see Malfoy diving in as well. Malfoy had a slightly faster broom, but Harry had been slightly closer and the race was close. They were close now, and the snitch was darting about here and there, but not leaving the general area. Timing now was everything. It was better to slow a bit, to allow reaction time when the snitch abruptly changed direction, but if he slowed down too much, Malfoy would beat him. The ground was approaching rapidly, and Harry was undoubtedly going faster than was safe, but he didn't slow, he wanted that snitch. Besides, he hadn't been the youngest seeker in a century for nothing. He inched ahead of Malfoy who had decided to slow a bit. Harry took one hand off the broom, extending it straight out in front of him. He was several meters from the snitch when it suddenly dropped lower and further left. If he'd been going slower he could have swerved smoothly to catch it, but his speed prevented that. He jerked the handle around sharply, angling it down and to the left. It was dangerous, angling down when he was going so fast and so close to the ground. His subconscious took over catching the snitch at that point, as his conscious mind decided avoiding a collision was more important. He hardly felt as his fingers closed around the cool metal, but he barely felt it. He pulled at the end of his broom, tilting it upwards less than a second after tilting it down to follow the abrupt dart the snitch had made. His knees brushed the grass and a loud, "Oh," came from the crowd, accompanying the lurch of his heart. He jerked the handle around to the right and felt the banner that hung on a wall brush against his knee as he swerved just in time to avoid colliding with the wooden stands. A jerk back to the left again stopped him from running head first into a goal post. By now he was slowing down and he let out his breath in a rush as he gained complete control of his broom and direction. The ground dropped away again and he circled up around the middle hoop. He paused up in the air. Harry inspected the snitch, the tiny golden ball sitting in his hand with its white wings flapping softly against his fingers. The screaming crowd suddenly broke through to his consciousness and he held the snitch above his head in victory. If it was even possible, the screams got louder. A figure flew over on their broom. Harry looked over to the Slytherin. Malfoy gave him a small smile and offered his hand. "Congratulations, Potter." Harry grinned and shook Malfoy's hand, and they both descended to the grass. Harry was immediately enveloped by the rest of his team and they all went up to the platform where the trophy was awarded. There was no ceremony. Someone shoved it into Harry's hands and held the Quidditch cup above his head as his team crowded around him and the crowds in the stands cheered. The day after their satisfying Quidditch victory, Harry walked down to the dungeons, heading to Snape's office. The door was open, and Snape was working at his desk. Harry stuck his head in. "Sir, I was wondering if I could talk to you about something." Snape nodded. "Come in." Harry did so, and came to stand in front of the desk where Snape was preparing ingredients for some sort of potion. "I wanted to talk to you about my charms project." Snape raised an eyebrow. Shouldn't such comments be directed towards Professor Flitwick? "Well, yes, I need to tell him, too, but I thought I'd ask you first. You see, I can't really show my project to the class, and I also need someone to demonstrate on, which is why I'm here first. I take it this means you wish me to be the one you demonstrate on." "I think not, Potter. I much enjoy the use of all faculties and limbs which I currently possess, and have no wish to lose any such ability." Snape dumped a handful of chopped glue roots into a tiny cauldron and pulled over a jar labeled "Bat Eyelashes." "My spell works. I've already successfully performed it on Malfoy." Snape looked up with a heavily skeptical expression. "How much did you pay him to get him to agree to that?" He went back to his preparations. "Nothing. He was pretty willing to let me remove his mark before it got him sent to Azkaban," replied Harry dryly. Snape's head snapped up, and for a moment he appeared speechless. It was you who removed Draco's mark before the trial. Harry nodded. You did this for your charms assessment. Snape's eyebrows went up. Yes, sir. Snape slowly brushed off his hands, a blank expression on his face. Well, Draco is certainly lucky that you considered him a friend, and this spell, it can be used on anyone. Harry nodded again. I thought you might like to be my volunteer subject to demonstrate it to Flitwick. Harry shrugged. But even if you don't, I'll still take it off for you, if you want. Volunteer subject, muttered Snape, his eyes staring down at his desk as he apparently subconsciously rubbed at his left forearm. Finally he looked at Harry and gave a nod. Let us go to Professor Flitwick's office. Harry gave a sigh of relief. While he would have removed Snape's mark anyway, he didn't want to fail his charms essay just because he couldn't show people the charm he had invented. A pain relief potion might be useful, he suggested. And some Dittany and some kind of healing balm, too. That's what I gave Malfoy, and he healed up fine. Snape went to a cabinet against one wall and pulled out the relevant vials, and then they left the office. Snape set off at a brisk pace, and 8 minutes later they arrived at Flitwick's office. Snape rapped sharply and opened the door when Flitwick's high voice rang out for them to enter. Phileas, are you busy? I've nothing pressing, replied the tiny man, depositing his quill and clasping his hands in front of him. What can I help you with, Severus, Mr. Potter? Snape got straight to the point, and Harry fancied that the potion's master was actually excited, though Snape would probably claim only to be impatient. Potter here wished to demonstrate his charms project now, rather than with the class. I have come to assist him. Oh, is there a reason not to wait until the class presentation? I'm glad for your enthusiasm, Mr. Potter, but I can't really show the rest of the class, sir. It would jeopardize somebody if I did. Flitwick cocked his head curiously. Oh, that sounds a tad dramatic. He is quite right, Phileas. Well, let us proceed, then. I am intrigued as to what spell you have created. What does it do? Harry handed the tiny charms professor his report and waited while he read the summary. Flitwick's bushy little eyebrows rose higher and higher, and he gave a tiny squeak of excitement as he neared the end of the first page. Well, this certainly explains some things we've all been wondering. He put the report aside. I'll read that later, I think. I want to see this charm in action. I presume you've come along not as a casual observer, Severus. No, I have not, replied Snape, his expression wry. He drew back his left sleeve, revealing the dark mark on the too pale skin of his forearm. Flitwick gave Harry an encouraging nod, and Harry placed the 3 vials on the desk before drawing his wand and moving closer to Snape so that he could press the wand to the professor's arm. Taking a deep breath, he began to chant. A minute later, Snape's jaw was clenched, sweat beading on his forehead. He was handling it better than Malfoy had, but for someone who rarely showed any emotion, what was showing through now gave a good indication of how much it was hurting. It seemed to be taking longer than it had with Malfoy as well, maybe because Snape's had been there far longer. It occurred to Harry that Snape should have taken the pain relief potion before they started, instead of after. He focused more on the chant, remembering to concentrate on positive feelings as he chanted. After a few more minutes the mark began to writhe on Snape's skin like it had on Malfoy's. The edges began to break away from skin and flesh, creating rather deep rips in Snape's arm. Blood began to dribble onto the stone floor of Flitwick's office, but none of them paid any attention. Their eyes were all fixed on the mark as, another couple of minutes later, it tore itself free completely. The 3 of them watched as the black-green wisp floated upwards and dissipated into the clear air. Snape's arm was bleeding fiercely, but he didn't move to do anything about it for some time. He seemed astonished that Harry's spell had actually worked. Harry stared at the arm, suddenly feeling sour. He wished it was that easy to remove the mark Voldemort had left on him. Harry picked up the vials of Dittany and the other healing balm and passed them over silently. Excellent, excellent, squeaked Flitwick, and Harry had never seen him more excited. Nothing less than an O for your efforts. Harry smiled, happy with his success. Outstanding indeed, murmured Snape, smoothing the mint green paste over the ragged flesh. 40 points to Gryffindor. Harry's grin widened. Savor the moment, Potter. It's almost certainly the last time you'll ever receive points from me. Probably the last time Gryffindor will, I might add. Harry sat, leaning against his cold gray rock that overlooked the Black Lake. It had been a week and a half since he had killed Voldemort. He'd thought that once Voldemort was destroyed that everything would be as it should, but it wasn't. Septimus Thorn, one of Voldemort's highest-ranking Death Eaters, was still Minister for Magic, and the public appeared to adore him. The ministry itself was still filled with Death Eaters, and no one was even aware of that except for people who really didn't have any power to do anything. Still, maybe Thorn would be happy with being minister. It wasn't as if it didn't afford him a great deal of power. Maybe most of the Death Eaters would simply go back to living lives free of Voldemort, and be completely law-abiding citizens. Voldemort had been a tyrant, and fear had probably been a driving force behind many of the Death Eaters' loyalties. On the other hand, part of Harry felt that it was far from over. He gave a sigh and rubbed at his scar. It had become something of a different habit, now. Before he'd rubbed at it, trying to relieve the ache that stemmed from it. Now, he rubbed at it as if doing so would induce some kind of feeling in it. It was like he'd owned a house with so many rooms. Some of those rooms, he'd rarely gone into, but sun shone through the doorways and a breeze blew in through their windows. Then, one day, someone had come along and bricked in some of the rooms. Now the hallways were dark in some places, and the air was stale because no breeze blew anymore. Some parts of the house were all right, but others seemed completely wrong. He wasn't sure exactly what he would have found there before. Well, he knew it had been Voldemort, but he felt as if things were missing, and yet couldn't actually identify anything specific. Voldemort was gone, so shouldn't he go back to feeling like himself? He suddenly realized that he couldn't remember what himself felt like. It wasn't just that Voldemort's presence was gone, some of him was gone, too. The bits of consciousness that Voldemort were worrying. First had been the strand from the jumper, a part of Harry's consciousness that had loved. Was he less compassionate now? Was that what he felt was different? The second part had been a part of his consciousness that fought for people. He'd used it to distract Voldemort while Harry returned to his consciousness so he could apparate and kill Voldemort's body, and then Voldemort had destroyed it. Did that mean he had lost some of his Gryffindor bravery, the part of him that wanted to fight and protect people? Losing compassion and bravery only made him more like Voldemort. And, now that Voldemort's presence was gone, Harry could feel more clearly what aspects of the Dark Wizard's personality had seeped into his, and he didn't like it. He felt more ambitious now, which he supposed wasn't necessarily a bad thing. In fact, there were a number of aspects that didn't seem bad, they just weren't him. Harry sighed and dropped his hand from his scar. It was all so confusing. He couldn't think clearly about any of it, not when there were still other things to worry about, like Thorn. He felt like there were so many people expecting things of him, speculating about him, he couldn't see clearly how he was supposed to act, what he was supposed to do. Did he have some duty to aid the Order's effort to overthrow Thorn, or had he done his part in defeating Voldemort? Harry stood and looked tiredly over the lake for a moment before apparating. He really did need to think, to sort himself out. He apparated to the dormitory. Luckily it was empty. Silently, he packed all his belongings into his trunk, except for his Illyori plant which he placed on Neville's drawers. Neville would look after it. Finding a piece of parchment, Harry wrote a short note and tucked it into his pocket. His trunk packed, he shrunk it and placed it into his pocket and then went down to the common room. Ron and Hermione were sitting on cushions, just talking. Harry stopped by them, and wondered what to say. "I'm going away for a little while. Want us to come with you?" asked Ron, looking up from the floor. "No, I'm just going to go alone. I need some time to think." "Are you all right?" asked Hermione. Harry nodded. "I'm fine. I just want a bit of time on my own for a while." "Okay," replied Ron. "See you when you get back." "Yeah," he replied. "You will." Hermione gave him a curious smile and a small wave, and he left the common room. He had the great feeling of things left unsaid, but he simply didn't know how to say them. Harry meandered through the corridors of Hogwarts, Salazar's head poking out in curiosity. It had been a while since Harry had been to Mo. Ning Myrtle's bathroom, but he went there now and opened the tunnel that led down to the chamber. It was slimy and unpleasant, but he felt like seeing it one last time before he left. After passing through the dark tunnels, he came into the room with the basilisk, where he collected a few things from it. After depositing those things in his trunk and returning the trunk to his pocket, Harry levitated 2 reasonably sized rocks from the floor at the far end of the chamber. After that, he continued on into the library, the rocks floating behind him. At the first door, he hissed, "Open," and stepped through before dropping one of the rocks into the doorway. When the stone door slid shut, it was unable to close all the way, leaving a decent-sized gap that a man could squeeze through. He did the same for the second door, and then continued on. He stood silently for a long while, looking out over the canyon, and then turned and crossed to the other side of the ovular room where the tunnels began. He followed them, making his way to the waterfall painting. "It's going to be cold," he warned Salazar, before stepping under the waterfall. Instead of going sideways into a painting, he stepped through the other side and into Snape's quarters. He listened, but here was silence. Snape's furniture was all practical, and there were no decorative little side tables anywhere. Shrugging, he reached into his pocket and pulled out the letter he'd written, dropping it onto the floor in front of the waterfall painting. Then, just to annoy Snape, he opened the curtains that covered the window before apparating to Malfoy's room. The Slytherin wasn't in there, for which Harry was glad. Removing an object from his person, Harry hung it over Malfoy's chair. He donned his invisibility cloak before leaving the dungeons, removing it again before he walked into the entrance hall. Lupin, who'd come to the last Quidditch, came and to visit Harry waved from where he was talking to Professor McGonagall, who smiled at Harry. He waved back to them both before continuing out the doors and onto the castle's lawns. Harry took his time walking down the lawns, and went by the lake, even though it took him longer to get to the gates that way. In his pocket, his trunk bumped rhythmically against his leg as he walked. His plan changed slightly when he bypassed Hagrid's cabin, and he stopped in to say hello, leaving half an hour later with a pocketful of rock cakes and an aching jaw. Finally he reached the gates, and stepped outside of them. He looked down at his booted feet, and then up the dirt track that led from Hogwarts to Hogsmeade. He spun on his right foot, catching a brief, final glimpse of the castle that had been his home for 7 years, before the squeeze of apparition forced the image away. The end. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.